Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real time news updates, in depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House. On YouTube, copyright infringement issues, can't afford that. You cannot have that. There is a song where I want to play this morning, you know. There's a song I want to play. It's a song by Bushman. Yeah, if you used to go Sound Clash back in the day, way back in the day, way back when I had no business being at Sound Clashes, you'd have heard this song. It is what it's, they have a lot of dub plates for it too. Very opportune song. It's how I feel. It's how I feel. It's really about how I feel. Thank you, Jilly. Morning, Jilly. The song is how I feel. I'm not telling a lie. Sometimes when you can't say it with words, you can say it with music. There's some things happening. What's up, Mad Libran? Wagwan. With Daya. There are some things happening. Sometimes you can't find the words to express how you truly feel about it, you know, what it is that you're hearing. Rather disturbing, to say the least, an article that Alexia Minono brought my attention to yesterday. And I pulled up the article on one of the news outlets. And let me tell you something. That's why I'm wearing orange today. My Coffee in Tow family, my day ones, you don't know me already. Me always tell you, say, there is a jail cell with my name printed on it. Because, may I tell you the God Almighty truth. You see me? My head not too all right. But it's when you come to children, I don't play that. Hey, Jack, go right ahead.
I'm sorry, I was just coming back into space. Good morning, all.
Morning, John. Morning, yeah. My head not stay too. My head not stay too right. I not stay right, and I know. Them ever say never say never, no, because you don't know what you'll do when you're in the situation. But me know what me would I do. And this is the emotional side of me speaking, not the practical side, not the level-headed, well-thinking. So please forgive me. Please forgive me. Certain things are just unacceptable. There was a time when children were protected. But this egregious act that happened with a child was inflicted. The act was done by another child. I think there's a 4 or 5 year age difference. But we're going to talk about it. But you know something? Let me go ahead and do the intro. Get my mind right. Gather my thoughts. Yeah. Not a good way to start the day, I will say that. Has to be said. Nonetheless, we have to talk about it. We can't avoid it. It is a Wednesday, April 2. Yes, times are going, folks. The second day of April. It's Wednesday, April the 2nd, 2025. Thank you for joining me for Coffee and Joe, World News on the Go. 4 hours filled with news from around the world. Always great conversation and music. Coffee and Joe streams live weekdays starting at 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern on QMZRadio.com. For quality music while you work or play, JanoRadio.com, your non-stop party vibe station, and MadMusicHouse.com for any genre, anytime. We're also live on YouTube starting at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. Don't forget to subscribe if you're listening online. Don't forget to head on over to YouTube. Look for Coffee and Joe. One Coffee and Joe, never two. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notification. For everyone here on TikTok, the link for Coffee and Joe's YouTube channel is in my bio. All right, and I invite you to check out our website for additional stories that we're not able to cover here on the live show, as well as we have a resource page. We have a shop page, and there you will find the links for our co-sponsors. Lormel Skin Food, head on over to lormelskinfood.com for a natural, beautiful you. And you can also enjoy 20% off all coffee products. Use the code Coffee in Tow at checkout, Coffee in Tow 20 at checkout when you go to www.grantcoffeehouse.com. That being said, so one thing, the orange look all right. The orange look good. I can go on with the orange. The color orange suits me.
Everything looks good on a queen.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you. You're making me blush. Thank you. Because, may I tell you, I chose to wear orange this morning after Alexia sent me that story, and then I gathered the other story. Thank you, Mr. Devon. Mr. Devon said, yeah, that look good. Yes. Orange to my thing. In the words of Bounty, angry, cross, miserable. Go ahead, James. What's good, James? Talk to me.
Yeah, morning.
Morning.
No, I'm looking at you and I'm like, is that the same moments that was shy like 6 months ago? Didn't want to go on camera and she owned the camera though, like she up on the runway, like a catwalk.
James, are the wrong finger I have up still?
Yeah, man.
Why you say, James? Why
you're owning it. I'm proud of you.
You know, James, truth be told, yes, James, thank you. Thank you for your support. And here's the thing, folks. For those of you who are new to Coffee and Joe, we came about what? January 2022. We started in a place called Clubhouse, then we made our way over to a place called Fanbase, and we're here, right? The people, them, well, I'm a friend, them, I'm a family, them, my Coffee and Joe family, my day ones, and those who came along and have become family. You need to go live. You need to go live. You need to show your face. You need to show your face. No, I'm not a show face person. I'm a behind the scenes person. I'm more of a production person, right? But them sit on my skin like chigga or like tick span cow. Them would not leave me alone.
Wow. Wow.
Even the owners of the stations that I'm on, no, you have to come out moments for the people them see you, blah, blah, blah. You have to stop the foolishness. So I caved. I gave in. And James, I'm still not 100% comfortable, don't be fooled, but I try. Your peer pressure can be good after all. I try to so on YouTube, for example, on YouTube, right now I'm not even looking at YouTube. I can't see myself there because I have different tabs open. It's every now and again I'll go over there to check the comments, right? Because I'm a very self-conscious person. Yes, people are very self-conscious and super critical of myself. Yes. TikTok. I don't know what it is. I don't know. I want to bring out a different side of me. The introvert has been put in the back for a minute. But I will say, I have to say, I thank you. Thank you. I love you, know. I appreciate you, know. Thank you for being the thorns, not one thorn, but the thorns in my side. thank you for the patience because Lord know it was what 22, all of 2022, all of 2023, all of 2024. The people them sit on by my side and they never gave up. They stuck with me. So I want to say thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it.
I don't know. I don't appreciate that tick comment. Okay.
Well, listen, because my father had cows, and it is a saying, and yeah, you have to make sure you take off the ticks off of the cow then because you cannot have your cows with ticks. It's just a saying. It's just a saying, John. Don't take it personally. Go
Yeah,
ahead,
moment.
yeah,
Yeah,
James.
yeah, moments. Yeah, I'm really proud because it's not easy. Like when I do a 10 minutes video, sometimes I shoot for like 5 hours just to get the 10 minutes. Cause me I say, no, me look ugly right there, so me not look good there, so my eye them look, like so. I understand, and you just do it. You just do it like you were born doing it. So I'm proud.
Thank you, James. Thank you so much. Thank you. So, what Mr. Navarre said, I thought you were using OBS to multi-stream and to use. No, 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 no. So I have one device on for YouTube because of my configuration. I have one device dedicated to YouTube, one dedicated to TikTok. Yeah. I'm gonna be changing up things once the studio done. Mega change up things, but yeah, may I try. And James, yes, you did. Excuse me, you did encourage me. I want to say, to really break up. I said, hold on, there, James, are you there? I said, James, I did the thing. I said, no, man, come on, moments, get it together. So you did play a role in it too, James. I must say, you stepped out. You and Teflon, and a soldier has been doing YouTube for over a year. But more recently, you and seeing you and Teflon, and I'm like, okay, yes, all right. And then you must say, yeah, man, me go do it, me go really. Swallow my pride and get it done. So I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm happy I did it. And again, I thank each and every one of you. No. How the Bushman song go again? You don't know the Bushman song? Hmm? You don't know the Bushman song what I talk about called Hearse? A certain name? Somebody call
Yeah.
Hearse. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. That one there.
Yeah, no, because you can't see it. All about pew pew in it.
But the funny thing, excuse me, my throat. The funny thing, James, the songs you can play, you just can't say, which is the weirdest thing. The songs you can play, the words you can't say. I don't know what song can sing so. I don't know what can go so, right?
Song them I play like easy for the whatever the box or whatever to pick up on the music quick enough versus
Probably.
when you're speaking.
That's probably what it is. That you're probably right. And yeah, so I have my song ready up. I have it ready because may I tell you the God Almighty truth. I want to brought me out, but me can't get into it first. It will not be the first order of business. Out of the Caribbean corner, our first story: Caribbean braces, get ready, Caribbean, for early heat season with increased drought. The effects of climate change, what such and such people say, is not real. According to CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com, the Caribbean is expected to experience an early start to its annual heat season, with heat waves likely beginning as soon as April. This is according to the Barbados based Caribbean Climate Outlook Forum. While temperatures are set to rise, the extreme levels seen in 2023 and 2024 are not expected to be repeated. In its latest Caribbean Climate Outlooks report for April to June, which was released on Monday, CARICOM, excuse me, attributed the forecast to a combination of ENSO-neutral conditions in the Pacific, unusually warm waters in the Caribbean, and temporarily cooler waters in the eastern tropical North Atlantic. The agency warned that April could bring high evaporation rates, frequent short dry spells, and an increased risk of wildfires. While the mostly dry ABC islands, Aruba, Bonaire, and Curacao, are expected to see little rainfall, other parts of the region, including the Bahamas, Guianas, the Greater Antilles, should experience increasing rainfall intensity and more frequent showers by May. Belize and the Lesser Antilles are likely to see similar conditions by June. Now, for those of us in the Caribbean, know that with extreme heat, we're also going to have extreme rainfall. So look out for landslides when the rains do come through. See to it that your catchment facilities are clean and ready to collect water, right? Because you know water lock off is prevalent throughout the Caribbean as well, and you don't want to have to purchase unnecessarily. So do what you must, protect yourselves. If you're going outside in the extreme heat, please wear clothing so that you don't get sunburn. Aloe vera is something that's good if you do get sunburns. It's something good to rub on your skin. All right. If you need aloe vera soap, which is good to use too, head on over to lormelskinfood.com and order your aloe vera soap. It soothes the skin. It really does. So just be cautious out there. All right. Next up, legal battle over Belize opposition UDP leadership continues. This article also courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. Despite the conclusion of Belize's general elections, the legal battle over the leadership of the opposition United Democratic Party remains unresolved. On Monday, both factions, led by former UDP leader Moses Shine Barrow and Tracy Panton, appeared before Justice Tawanda Hondora as the court heard arguments on the legitimacy of Panton's leadership. At the center of the case is Barrow's challenge to Panton's October 2024 convention, which he claims was held in violation of the UDP's constitution. His attorney, Dr. Christopher Malcolm, argued that Panton lacked the authority to call for a convention, as that power is vested in the party's chairman. He further contended that Panton was not even a UDP member at the time, making the entire process invalid. Speaking outside the courtroom, Barrow insisted that seeing the case through is critical for democracy and the rule of law. Next up, the orange suit. YouTube, my apologies. I do have to go mute for a second. Mute for a second. Thank you. Thank you. Mute. With this next story. Yes, niece. That one not tough. But let's see if I can get through it. Excuse me. Let's see if I can get through it. CPFSA probes essay of a 6-year-old. Mother says school failed her child. This article courtesy of Nationwide Radio, JM. Hold on a second. Hold on 1 second, folks. One quick second there. All right. The Child Protection and Family Services Agency, the CPFSA, has launched an investigation into allegations that a 6-year-old child was essayed by an 11-year-old schoolmate. The incident. Wait, that one, I'm not gonna lie. That one is tough. Hold it there. This is a tough one. Give me a minute. We're gonna a minute there. Just a minute. Let me start again. The Child Protection and Family Services Agency, CPFSA, has launched an investigation into allegations that a 6-year-old child was essayed by an 11-year-old schoolmate. The incident reportedly occurred last month at the Jesse Ripoll Primary School in Kingston. Chief Executive Officer at the CPFSA, Laurette Adams Thomas, said interventions are already underway for both children.
As soon as this incident was brought to our attention at Sissoko on Wednesday, March 12, we launched our own investigation into the matter to see how best we could intervene in the best interest of both children involved. The young victim has been referred to the Ministry of Justice's Victim Services Division for counseling, which has already begun, and the older child was referred to the Child Guidance Clinic for psychological intervention.
And I must advise trigger warning. It is alleged that the boy dragged the young girl into a remote classroom and attempted to show her good touch and bad touch. The child reported the incident to her mother. Mrs. Adams Thomas says home visits and community assessments will also be carried out for the two students.
We are deeply troubled by this incident, as schools should be looked at as a safe haven for students and not one where they should be vulnerable to being sexually abused, especially not by their fellow students. The CPFSA is continuing its investigation into this incident, and we will be doing home visits as well as community assessments for both children. We will also be doing a visit to the school to obtain further information to aid in our investigation.
That was Laurette Adams Thomas, CEO of the CPFSA. The matter has also been reported to the Center for the Investigation of Sexual Offences and the Child Abuse. Meanwhile, the mother of the 6-year-old child is alleging the school and the Education Ministry failed her young daughter. Her voice has been distorted in order to protect the child's identity.
They took statements from the child. After that, they instructed me that nothing much wouldn't become of the situation because they are both minors. Then after that, we went to a board meeting at the school, and the take-home moment from the board meeting was, they put it in the media, try to let the child live in the moment, and hopefully she will forget about it. If the school had dealt with the situation at hand, then I would have felt much better. But instead, what they did was stick to their reputation. I think that's what they're mainly about, sticking to the reputation and not really caring if my child is going to be traumatized for the rest of her life. So I believe once more that the ministry and the school failed my child.
That was the mother of the 6-year-old child, and of course, the voice was distorted to protect the child's identity. So that's why I'm wearing orange today, because I know orange would look good on me. Me know.
Good morning, all.
Morning, Ja. Morning.
So, when my daughter started preschool, they had it set up where the bathroom in the room didn't have any doors. So, the children would go to the bathroom right next to each other. I guess not having doors is the teacher's way to claim that they'll be able to see what's going on when they go into the bathroom. So one night when I picked up my daughter, she mentioned to me that one of the other children tried to touch her. So the next morning I go back to the school and I mention it to the teachers as well as the head mistress. And they told me that my daughter must have misconstrued what was being done, or they tried to make it seem like what she was saying wasn't the truth. So, you guys know I don't like to scream profanity, but I had to call BS on that. And luckily, there was no actual anything because my daughter, knocked it away. This is not going to happen. But for the teacher to tell me that my daughter is not telling me the truth, that was the last day my daughter was in that school. that was the last day my child was in that school. I didn't care if I was going to lose my job because I didn't have daycare. She was not going to that school. And especially now, our children are very vocal. They do understand what's being done to them. And unfortunately, there was something in the story. I didn't really hear the mother's voice because it was a little too muffled. But did I hear her say that basically everybody was just going to go to counseling because they're too young? It's a little disturbing for me. I'm not hearing that the child is being taken out to school. I don't know if there's even another school that the child can go to. And I'm talking maybe both of the children. And to know that in a school in the Caribbean, because the schools aren't even as large as here in the States, that a child can be dragged into an empty space and no one even notice it. Like, what is going on in that school? Yeah, I understand your feeling. As a woman, as a mother, it's not right. How you?
Thank you, John. Anybody else?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Alexia. Morning. I don't know why I felt upset my spirit last night.
But if me upset you, I feel upset you. What are we on your woman have to upset this morning? Okay, come you one cannot carry this burden. Yes. Excuse me. In the article, the mother was raped when she was young.
Remember, if a change of vocabulary.
Sorry.
Essayed
when she was young. So for her, right now, it's reliving a nightmare. She pulled her daughter out of the school, and the little boy is now at school wearing not the school uniform, black and white shirt, black pants, and he's being monitored. Look here, the school there, the whole administration need to pull up and let go. You know how much of these cases happening in these schools, and this school specifically asked the mother not to go to social media. So the fact that she went to social media, meaning nothing of justice happened because you're saying that the little boy cannot be convicted in no way, can be charged. Excuse me. And also, this little boy has admitted to doing this already. This little girl is not his first victim. So many times these things have been happening into school, and the school wants it on a hush-hush. Before my daughter left that wonderful school that we don't want to tarnish the name. Moments, I know they're wonderful alma mater, but you would never believe the amount of times student on student abuse happens there. Essay.
I've heard.
You get me?
I've heard.
You get me? They attempted it with my daughter, and I had to go up there with my drawers on my head. Attempted because my daughter is not a fighter, but she became a fighter. She became a very ruthless fighter that day. And you know what? She got suspension along with the perpetrator. Yes, honey. She got 2 weeks suspension along with the perpetrator. Yes. And the vice principals came and said that they don't believe she should have gotten the suspension, but because she fight, she retaliated instead of reporting. I said, but if it's a group of girls trying to gang her, how is what she wait to make it happen to her, then come cry? I said, no. No. And if the school if the educational system does not address this is it sometimes when you see kids taking certain weaponry to school, it's not always about being in a gang. Sometimes they're trying to protect themselves from things like these. Me couldn't have no more pitney in a moments. Serious. Me just say in a road. Me sorry. Me glad my own come out and got the type of woods. I yield.
Anybody else? Rasola, I sent it over to you. What I think in the clip that you had sent to me, Alexia, and tell me if I'm mistaken, if I don't know if I'm gonna hear properly because everything just went cloudy. But did I hear that he offered her something to drink?
Yes, after him let her go, him come back and say, you want something milky to drink?
And
The
then
child
she
said
said no.
no.
Then he offered her some other drink.
Juice, yes.
Okay. This boy is 11 years old, and they're going to talk about, and I heard somewhere, I'm not sure if it's your video or it was another one on social media, where they're saying that he's too young to know what he's doing. Let me tell you something. BS panda, bullshit panda, right? At 9 years old, I started high school. I turned 10 after being in high school. At 9 years old, I had not turned 10 yet. I started high school. I turned 10 after starting high school. So my age 10, when I was 10, I was in first form. At 11, I was in second form. At 11 years old, you're cognizant. You know what you're doing. You know right from wrong. So what I'm hearing, if we're going to talk about an 11-year-old not knowing what they're doing, that's bullshit. Plain and simple. Don't bring that to me. We have 11-year-old children in high school. Those who will sit, back then it was common entrance. You sit the common entrance at and you pass it at 10, 11, you're in high school. Especially if you pass it on the first try, you're in high school. We have a culture that needs to be changed. We have a culture that needs repair. It needs to be demolished completely. Yes, that is the culture indeed. Alexia, go ahead, Ja.
The problem with them saying that he's too young to know because of his age, an SA Act does not take intellect. It takes knowing what's right and what's wrong. A baby knows what's right and what's wrong.
Yeah.
When you point it out to them and you drill it into him. And for him to offer beverages after he tried to touch someone, he knows exactly what he's doing. And he may live in a home with people that are doing the same thing. He doesn't have to have a huge education to know the difference between right and wrong. He knows exactly what he's doing. And for them to even allow him to stay in the school after admitting that he has done it several times doesn't make any sense to me either. But yet, this is the Caribbean. So I'm going to yield right there.
So he is allowed to carry on as usual. It's business as usual for him while this young girl is traumatized. And Alexa, the fact that he has admitted to doing it more than once, she is not his first victim. At 11 years old, we already have a seasoned.
But the fact is, he has put, listen, this little boy, as I say, him seasoned. The fact that he's using the storyline, I was trying to teach her good touch from bad touch.
But Alexa, they put him in white and black. What is that? A fake jail uniform?
Black pants, white shirt. That's just
back in the day, prisoners used to wear black and white uniforms.
Yes, so usually when kids have the problem, right? And them is a form of punishment to take them out of. Because just like St. Hila's used to put you in a white uniform if you get a problem, and it's a part of the punishment to not wear the school uniform. So it's to put you out there to show, say, you get problem and you dip on punishment. That's what the black and white is for you not to wear the uniform, so you're gonna feel some type of way to be the odd one out.
Who told him he was the good touch, bad touch police?
Ja, let me tell you something, and I need the men to answer this for me or to speak on this for me because um from my understanding, there seems to be this thing where when boys get to a certain age, them need to break their ducks, ducts, and just use your imagination with that. Once them turn 10, 11, 12, them supposed to be busy. Older boys, young men, older men, encourage them. Come on, yeah, boy, no. A time you start the X, Y, and Z. And for that reason, too, we have another serious issue. We have another serious issue that is very prevalent. Because of that ideology, that way of thinking, a lot of these little boys end up in compromising situations with older women. Doing what they're not supposed to be doing. Because it's like a rite of passage. This 11-year-old boy say, I know him first time. She's not his first victim. And him get to go to school with other people, gal picnic, dress up in a black pants and white shirt or whatever. And as a mother, I must be comfortable knowing that my daughter is around this boy. Uniform don't mean nothing. So apparently, Alexia, they checked the camera showed that time span, showed the time when, so nobody was monitoring the cameras at the school. What's the point of the camera at the school if they don't have somebody watching the cameras? What's the point? Because of the camera show, they were able to show the boy's parents what actually transpired going in and the time when he came out and when she came out. And it was like they were there like for about 7 minutes or something, I remember. What is this little child learning? Who are his friends? Who are his parents? Who is he surrounded by? What devices does he have access to? A whole lot of questions. And it's if let's just say his parents do the best that they can, because of course sometimes it's not always the parents, right? Children deviate. But this Lord have mercy. This technological age that we're in, whereas the child comes out of the womb today, we give them a cell phone tomorrow. We give them a tablet the next week, right? They know how to navigate these electronic devices before they can even speak. And the children nowadays are very tech savvy. Have we opened up our children to the evils of this world when we make things too accessible? Do we still have our children on a routine? To get out of school this time, be home this time, these are the chores you have to do, XYZ. On weekends is when you can only, I mean, when I was growing up, you could only watch TV on a weekend. So we don't have any structure. So children are just adulting. There was a time, before my time, when as a child, if you were out on the street and police see you and looking at the time and them know says the school done by a certain time, you have no business on the street, find yourself home. Well, you can't talk to these children nowadays anyway. Can't talk to them. You can't talk to them, and then parents are come to you say you can't talk to them either.
I mean, no, like this morning, you know, the affair do what you call it? What is it name? What the account something up at top? What is it? What your name again? Where the crowdfunding something? What name?
GoFundMe.
Yeah, one of the affair GoFundMe like today cause we don't want liar and everything. Cause it not me not play them games there. Me not play them games there. Come on now. We not play them games there. And until the thing he's 11, you know, heading to high school, you know, so we have a season great piece of work in the high school, you know. You see, if he's not handled harshly, I'm sorry. But you see, if he's not handled severely, you see if retribution not happen now, he might do it again and get better and better at it. Then when we look, he might go there for police.
Most
wanted.
Wanted Wednesday.
Yeah, wanted Wednesday. My thing is this, you know, and I'm a parent. This is a parent saying this. If they're not charging parents. Me just have to say. It's not a way. But if he's not at a chargeable age, charge parents. Maybe something we get through. Or have it where as soon as they reach a certain age, you can't charge him. Don't sweep this situation under the rug.
Which is what they seem to want to do, because you're going to tell the parents, don't take this to social media. But you're more worried about your reputation than the child's pain and trauma. And a call to it's a call to action for the country. It's a call to action. So yes, take it to social media. Let them know what's going on. Because I can guarantee it's not just a report to happen alone. As you pointed out, Alexia, it is an island-wide issue. And how many other situations have been swept under the rug? 6 years old. And in the clip, if I'm not mistaken, the mother was saying they told her that she would forget about it. Forget about what? At 4 years old, I remember. Me can remember things back to when I was 4 years old.
That's what they told the mother? You see that frackanacka right there?
Me are 51, soon turn 52. And I can remember things way back. Way back.
Especially something traumatic.
I can remember things clear as day.
I think I chipped my tooth at 4 years old. The same chipped tooth that I have right now, because I never fixed it. I still remember that. Let alone good touch, bad touch. And then the terminology he used, and you're saying he don't know what he's doing?
He know what he's doing.
He used the terminology of how you teach your child. Wow. Are we teaching
our children to respect themselves, respect others? Are we teaching them the basic, just to respect? Basic. To understand that no means no in whatever situation. No means no.
Article said that the only reason why he let her go was because she promised not to say anything.
That too. Yep. I
This
heard
little
that
girl
too.
was waiting on the compound for our driver to come pick her up. She was not doing anything out of the way. And then I go tell lie and the little girl said, him did hear she and her little friend them a talk about sex and having boyfriend. Him did a teach her good touch from bad touch. I didn't know that it was his daughter. Even if I did it my daddy, I know so you teach them. Oh.
But yet, in his way of teaching, he still told her to be quiet about it. Once anybody, and that's what I always told my daughter, once anybody said to you, don't tell your mother or your parents, because that right there show you whatever they did was wrong. Whatever they tried to do is wrong, and make sure you come and tell me.
6 years old, 11-year-old boy. And then I got to talk about if she wants something milk if it drink. Don't tell nobody. Don't tell nobody.
Yeah, I'm gonna be quiet.
Yeah, some things, trust me, me really have to hold my exercise restraint and self-control, because the things I want to say I can't say. Welcome back, Adesoji. Adesoji, wondering what we're talking about. So we just read an article where a 6-year-old was invaded by an 11-year-old at a school. And long story short, the summation of it all is that the school never want the world to know what one. The little boy is not the first time him do it. He has done it to other people. The little boy still a go to school.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, add that part in there.
Them a go do counseling.
Had the nerve to tell the mother that the young girl won't remember it.
You know how many adult women, I'm not going to say it, because we not touch worldwide, but we're going to just touch in a Jamaica alone. Do you know how many women are walking around with grape trauma? Do you know how many? And don't even feel like it's the poorer class. It's right across the bleeding board. Upper class, middle class, lower class, in all way. No, I'm going to tell you, I mean, we can't say this confidently. The majority is walking around with grape trauma in terms of probably not that it happened, but even the attempt. Even the attempt. Some of us are still walking around where some of us don't even have no pitney. And when we have the pitney and I want girl, we feel like we are going to just skin over because we're afraid for them. No moment, no for who you see ton, go and tell up on the road. 90% tell them, you know. And this of them things start, you know, moments. Nobody just feel like they want to just get up and go do it, you know. It's things like these was the catalyst for them to get to that point, you know. Not for the drug use, you know.
I pray for that child that she will heal. She'll never forget. She will never forget. But I pray that the counseling, the therapy that she's going to need for years to come is not counseling where with the 3 months and it's over with the no, this is going to be yes, Ja put in the chat they should check the female The young girl family members who are young girls. Yeah, I agree. They need to check that too.
No, even on his side.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking on his side.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, then he needs to come forward and talk about all the different people that he has
interfered with.
that's so Jay. You know, I'm not like with the foolishness them a contact about say when I heard in one clip him 11 years old, so he don't know why when I do. You mean he don't know what he doing? Eh? Don't know what he doing at 11 years old? A 6-year-old little girl, and he thought it. You know what? St. Vincent Prime Minister Ralph, and that's why I wear my orange folks, because me know say if I went by pitney, the emotions would have taken me over. I can't tell you that I would have been able to maintain my composure. I can't tell you that I would have been able to display some level of decorum. I can't tell you that I would have been able to be of sound mind upon hearing about that and coming to realize that it is true. And then the school telling me not to bring it to social media, they want to keep it hush hush. I can't tell you what my reaction would have been, how I would have responded. I cannot tell you. And in some situations, you really can't judge the actions of others when they react to something traumatic. Because we go blank. What's the name of that show? That they used to have with all the women that used to come on I forgot, was it USA? Or
What? Orange is the New Black?
No, not that. It's a real life thing with Snapped.
Oh, okay.
Snapped. All it takes is one unfortunate thing happening to you, and that's it. So sometimes when this is some people go through some experience and then retaliate or react a certain way, let us be careful before we quick to cast judgment, because we don't know what we would have done if we were in the situation. Because me can tell us that my head would have chip if a family like a pitney. We have, if we are not already doing it, parents, you have to this happened after school. Yeah, so they need to get rid of the teachers. Offices, let them go sit in their classrooms. Yeah, yeah. As long as children are on the compound sitting in the thing. But the thing is, too, she was sitting waiting for the driver to come and pick her up from school.
So they should have a place where all the kids have to sit and wait, every one of them, until they're picked up. That's common sense right there.
Doing extra lessons. He was there for extra lessons, you know. Because he's 11. So he was doing extra lessons. So she was there. She was where she was supposed to be. He was where he wasn't supposed to be. Can you imagine if the camera never did it? Can you imagine? He could have say a lie, you know? Not go so, no?
St. Vincent Prime Minister, he has seen it before or done it before. Yeah, niece. He admitted to doing it before to other people. Welcome, Mr. Sid. Welcome. He has done it before. Him admit to doing it before to other people, Pitney. That's why I said he's already seasoned. At 11 years old, he's a seasoned offender. And he will become of wanted Wednesdays, and you'll see him pop up on the Jamaica Constabulary Force if something drastic isn't done. putting him in a black pants and a white shirt so that he stands out at the school as one who is a troublemaker that's not the resolve. Them not gonna solve not that way. Them I tell you that. Them not solve anything that way. Lady Carol, I am gonna bring you up. I thank you for sending the invite. I'm gonna bring you up. Just want to let you know we are streaming live on internet radio, on multiple internet radio platforms, as well as on YouTube. Welcome to the stage and thank you for coming to Coffee Into. Good morning, Lady Carol.
Oh, good morning. I didn't want to come up. I'm at work. I'm sorry.
Okay. I'll put you back down and I'll put you back down. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. There we go. All right. That's the first form. Just to recall, it's at a high school. No, that's not a high school. That's a primary school, no? Just to recall, it's a primary school. So he's not yeah, just to recall. Yeah. In the primary school. Yep, just recall it's a primary school. So him never passed the test on the first go around, or he didn't take it the first go around. That's why I'm probably still at primary school. If he had passed the first go, he would have been in high school. Yes, so that is why I'm wearing orange today, folks, because I want to make sure the orange look good for me because anybody violate my picnic. Well, if my picnic them grown now, I'm not looking at again, but if me looking forward to the day when I have grandchildren, and if anybody violate my grandpicnic them, I'm hey. What is song? Rings and shut in head, no need to ball, no need to beg. Where's a fish a fry? Yeah, we're gonna have a fish fry. Fish fry I keep. Mm. Buy a couple case of white rum. Mm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, man, we're gonna have big dance. I go keep. Remember me tell you that. Dance I go keep. Me, I go call Bass Odyssey, Stone Love, everybody. Big dance I go keep. If I might pick them, I tell you that. Me we keep it for you. Yeah, me we keep it for you. And the community go and learn.
Same find the little boy yet. The one where did I bully somebody else's family member. I know they can't find him. Good.
They have
never
they found him.
They found him.
There was one where he was being beat up on the side of the road. And I guess he is the family member of some entertainer. That one? Or me lose track?
No, we don't know how it go, but there was an incident where a little boy was beat up, right? And the guy who beat him up, the other student who beat him up, then can't find the student. Ain't gone missing. Somebody that one that they find him yet.
We don't know. Me don't know. I don't know. Keep your hands to yourselves, children. Parents, parenting is a 24, 365. Where's that 24 hours a day? 365 days a year job. As a parent, I'm letting you all know. Every day you have to tell them when they're a certain age, every day you have to tell them the same thing over and over and over and over and over again. You have to be on repeat like a record player. Lift up the needle, start again. Lift up the needle, start again. Yes, it's daunting. I'm telling you, parenting is not easy. It takes everything. Physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. See to it when you decide to become a parent that you understand no handbook is given to you. You have to call on your common sense, be practical, call on the village, seek counsel, seek advice, because you're not going to have all the answers. Be a parent to your children first, especially those who have boys. We tend to want to be cool with them. We want to kick it with them. Yeah. But fine, you want to be cool with them. Make sure you're having serious conversations with them about the do's and don'ts, and not just boys, everybody. The do's and don'ts of life, and you drive it home every day. You drive it home every single day. You're walking with them to the bus stop, you have the conversation. You're in the car with them, have the conversations. You're at home with them, you're cooking, them sitting at the table, have conversations. It's ongoing. It does not stop. Parenting does not stop. We have to teach our children how to protect themselves, and we have to teach our children how to be respectful, not to be a menace to society, not to inflict pain. I just told you, what happened to you? You're up, you're down. Where you there? All right, next up. St. Vincent Prime Minister Ralph Gonsalves seeks historic 6th term in office. You're back at the soldier. What you do? You're up, you're down. You all right? You're good? Your mic open, Soji.
Is my mic open? My mic is not open.
It's showing open on my. All right. Hold on, let me see. Okay, all right, it's off now. All right. Don't want you to be saying something that I'm not supposed to hear, that we're not supposed to hear. So, St. Vincent's Prime Minister Ralph Gonsalves seeks historic 6th term in office. This article, courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dr. Ralph Gonsalves, has called on supporters of the ruling Unity Labour Party to ensure the party secures a 6th consecutive term in office. General elections are scheduled to be held in St. Vincent and the Grenadines in November 2025. Addressing a massive rally last weekend to mark the party's 24th anniversary, Gonsalves emphasized the importance of unity and progress. The event featured performances by local and regional artists and was widely seen as a show of support for Gonsalves, who will turn 79 in August and is expected to lead the ULP into the next general election. James, this is your boy. Do you think in the Caribbean there should be term limits on our leaders, but them can't serve more than 2 terms, because 6 terms the man are looking up? Yeah, I think we need term.
Yeah, and I think he's gonna win. That's the thing. And the thing is, he's popular, right? So it's not like he's unpopular. He's very popular, and he is like an elder statesman for the Caribbean. A lot of Caribbean leaders go to him for advice and stuff like that because he studied politics, right? He studied politics in Jamaica, and he was like a fan of like Michael Manley, and so you have a history of politics. So he's one of those person that knows how to win election, and he's done some good in recent times in terms of the airport, the Sandals deal, and some of the other stuff coming through the pipeline. So, and St. Vincent is not in a bad shape. The problem is, though, is that it seemed like he wants to hand it over to his son. That is where the problem is going to come in. Because it's one thing that even you're popular and you're there for a long time, but then hand it over to your son, then that kind of seemed like a dictatorship type of thing. So that is the concerning thing for people in St. Vincent.
I'm okay with his son taking the baton if the son goes out there, campaigns, goes through everything like any regular politician, and then is elected, not a handing over, not have it given to you. Nepotism. No. Go out there and work for it. How do the people feel about the son? Do they hereditary democracy is an absolute no. Absolute no. I agree. How do the people feel, James,
Well,
about
that
the
is the
son?
one
Do
thing
they
that you.
like him? Do they like the son?
Well, the thing is, the son is because the thing is, he set up the son, put him as finance minister. So he's right in that prime top position that would that any prime minister, any next prime minister, that would be a qualification to make him the next prime minister. But people don't like it. It just don't look good. And even though people like him, people don't like the idea of that happening. And I think that would send some shockwaves through the Caribbean if that happened.
Right.
Because then I think that would, because nobody, like, if he wins, well, he's going to win. The only person who would have had a longer government would be Castro, right? So
Well, James, we lost you.
yeah, no, I was saying if he this term, like, the only person would have been in leadership longer is Fidel Castro. And it doesn't look good, and he's a Castro, what you call it, a Castroites? Because when you go into the airport, there's a big picture of Fidel Castro in the airport, also a picture of Castro, a picture of Chavez in the airport. So it wouldn't look good because people see those guys as dictators. So I don't think he should do it. Let someone else, like, if you win the election, because you saw him in Jamaica. He looked like he could hardly walk.
Yeah.
He looked like Humpty Dumpty.
About to have a great fall.
Yeah. He looked like he could hardly make it on the stage. So no, but he shouldn't give it to his son, no.
I agree. Oh boy. All right. Go ahead. Hey, Mr. President. Go ahead.
I have a slightly different take on it, and James. I think he might scrape over the line, but I think currently what he has a 7-8 majority, or I think so. So it's very close, right?
Mm-hmm.
Usually the two Kingston seats and the two Grenadian seats goes to the opposition
Mr. President,
party.
carry on for a second. I'll soon come back. I'm coming right back. Carry on.
Yeah, usually the two Kingston seats and the two Grenadian seats goes to the opposition party. So they always come in kind of strong. It's alleged that his son is not being so strong now, so his son may not win his seat. So that might affect him. I don't think he will have any major victory, and he has been there so long that some people have grown kind of wary of him. As to giving his son the leadership, it's not like, okay, you're an autocrat and your son just come in and take the position. His son has to be part of he has to win his seat, and then he could probably take over the party leadership and then become the prime minister. So he could pass the party leadership onto his son. He can't just pass leadership of the country onto his son. But even in that situation, there is one or two people vying for the party leadership outside of his son. Qualification-wise, his son is relatively qualified compared to any political standard in the Caribbean. So he's qualified. As to the people, he's not as charismatic as his father, and I don't think he's as well liked. And as James said too, people are kind of wary and skeptical as to his son taking over the leadership. They see it like a hand-me-down and not something that is merited. But as to the next election, word on the street is that probably would be one of the closer elections coming up, and that he possibly could lose. But I'm one that's saying I think he will get over the line. So that's just my take from where I stand.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, Mr. President, remember the last election was the same thing, right? The last election was supposed to be a nail biter and he was supposed to lose, but he still pulled through. I think the last two elections were very close. But yeah, I think he's going to win this one. And I think the plan is to win and step down, but it would be the biggest mistake. I think the tourism minister is better qualified, or probably even more liked. So I think if anything like that, and he's going to win and hand over the leadership to someone, it should be the tourism minister, not his son. That would
Who's
be
the tourism
biggest
minister
mistake.
now?
I can't remember his name.
Soboto?
Huh?
Soboto was in agriculture, right? But I think
It's
Soboto
a
is one of the,
young enough black guy. I can't remember his name
yeah,
right now.
Soboto. I don't know if he's in tourism now. I know he was in agriculture, but he was one that's vying for it also.
Yeah, the last.
So you have one or two of them that is sort of vying for it. I think Soboto is one of them.
Yeah, the last story I did about tourism. I can't remember his name right now. I'd have to go back and search up his name. But he's a popular one. But yeah, no, I can't hand over to his son.
But remember, James, you have to also remember the last two elections has been. Remember, he used to win by bigger margins, right? And the last two cycles or so, he's winning, but he's barely making it. And if you look at the percentage, I think about 43% of the voting population is with the opposition or something like that. So it's not a major, although you win based on the first past the post system, the percentage of the country that is still voting for the opposition is still big compared to back in the day. So he have definitely lose some ground, but I think he should make it over the line. I would be surprised if he doesn't, but you have to also realize there is a wave of change in the Caribbean with different young politicians coming up and people wanting something different. I'm not sure if St. Vincent would go for something like that, but we have to wait and see.
Yeah, the guy is Carlos James, the tourism minister. He's a very popular one.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. I think it's about 2 or 3 people that is vying, because I think I heard Soboto name comes up, his son, and now you're saying Carlos. So yeah, let's see how it goes.
I think we need term limits in the Caribbean. I honestly think we do. This 6 years are the same person. The same party can be in, because they're going to win it democratically, right? But not the same person for 6 years. Now I'm tired of you. Go on one side. I'm sorry. That's how I feel. Go ahead, Adesoji.
Is it 6 years or 60 years?
Yeah, that me mean.
Okay, so if it's 60 years, it can be actually marked as a failure on his part. You're supposed, when you have that kind of groundswell, you're supposed to build some sort of camaraderie behind you. That means even if you do decide it's time to hang up, you'll be handing over the government of the country to a more, what's the word I'm looking for? A more entrenched generation. Because right now, if you're still looking to him as the figurehead of the party to run that government, effectively means what you have is you don't have a groundswell. You don't have the backup. And that is the problem of leadership with regards the black population. And it doesn't just mean the Caribbean. Everywhere else you see, we don't have that ability to nurture people that come behind us to be able to pick up and have that same political conviction to continue whatever it is we're doing.
Right.
That's the problem. So 60 years, come on, man. Go take a back seat, bro.
Yeah, it's too much. That's my humble opinion. And if your party, because you're only as good as the people you have around you, right? So you would think that they would be grooming people within the party to pass the baton on to no. I think it's a little bit of selfishness. We have to know when to step away. We have to know when to give other people the opportunity to inject their ideas, into the whole realm. Go ahead, James, and then we move on.
Yeah. The thing is though, like it didn't do bad. Like the airport was a big deal, right? The airport is a game changer for St. Vincent. And he said, I think the last time when he was speaking in Jamaica, they almost finished paying for the airport already, which is crazy because the airport is less than 10 years old and they almost finished paying for it. They have, I think, a Holiday Inn hotel. They have the Sandals. They have 2 hotels. That was 2 new hotels in 5 years and 1 new one on the way. he also bought back the power company. So you see, Jamaica don't own our power company; they own theirs. He bought it back from, I think, a British company. So he has done some good stuff. So I don't mind if you're there for a long time and you do something that kind of show that you are doing something while you are there. That is good. The only problem, my biggest problem with him is that you should not try and force your son to put him in that space, because that is going to be like another Cuba kind of situation with, like, the Castro regime. Then you're going to have the Gonzales for 50 years. That is not good.
Yeah.
And you need an opposition too.
I agree with you. James. I agree. Definitely.
Yeah, moments on that too, right? In all fairness to Ralph has a lot of young people in his party. He had pulled in a lot of young people in his party. So it's not like he's just surrounded by his old stalwarts. And secondly, it has been alleged that he had been grooming his son for years. No, it's true. They said he's just been grooming his son, but outside of his son, as you said, you have a few other people in the party that are young and dynamic and could assume the leadership. So there might be some Infantino or whatever it is, and maybe he would like to have his son. In all fairness to his son is qualified.
So the son may be qualified, but does he have the charisma? Is he charismatic enough?
Charisma is not.
It is
charisma is good, but I don't think charisma is a prerequisite to be a good prime minister, in all fairness. And what usually happens is when we have charismatic leaders, yes, they stay long, and then to succeed them, it becomes a challenge. But I'm saying if you have all the prerequisite qualification, even if you're the prime minister's son, shouldn't you be given a fair chance like everybody else? So because my father ran for 60 years, if I could qualify and compete against my running mates for the leadership, and I can legitimately win the leadership, should I be deprived of that position?
No, that's what I said earlier. I'm okay with him running a campaign and winning it in a democratic fashion. I don't want it handed to him. He needs to go out there and campaign, earn the trust of the voters, let them go to the polls and check his name, vote for him, and if he wins, he wins. If he doesn't, oh well.
No, but in the electoral system in St. Vincent, there's no way it could be handed down to him. He has to, at minimum, win his seat, and then he could get it from the party, because the party leader would be the prime minister, but he must win his seat.
I don't understand why, and it happens even in this country, people assume that generational rites of passage in politics should be accepted. Just because your daddy was such and such and such doesn't mean that you now need to come into that seat. And I think, unfortunately, with that mindset, a lot of people are forced into something that they probably even really don't want to be in. Mm-hmm. And then the other thing is that, unfortunately, keeps control from the other party, because you don't have like a legitimate even out of qualifications. You just have one that is the son of someone that you liked, and then a new person. So
yeah.
A classic example, the Bushes. Daddy Bush was horrible. Son Bush, even more horrible. And we saw how that played.
There's only one Bush do something, and that was Jeb, who was down here in Florida. He's the only one.
Even he's Robbie. Even he's Robbie.
He was the best of the three. I mean, he did some things here in Florida. But yeah, you know.
Yeah, the perfect example would be the Trudeau. Pierre Trudeau, Canada's best prime minister, and his son, the worst.
And I'm glad you said that, James, because that, remind me of something I wanted to say to Mr. President when he was saying that, from his understanding, Gonsalves Jr. is the son is qualified. No, in theory, he may be qualified, but he's not he's not suitable for the role. He may be good in the ministerial role he's in, which is finance, but not so much on a larger platform, on a larger podium.
It could also go on.
And they might ask him for bird paper. Because remember, his mom is Jamaican, so they might.
I mean, okay. Aside from that, also, The thing is, if your son is that good, people will talk about your son, not you talking about your son.
That part. You know, because you see it in the personal side of life, in businesses, private sector. Let me get my words right. In the private sector, you have a family business, right? And fathers, of course, want to hand on to their sons, and they groom their sons, and the son get the business, and in 1 year the business crash because the son didn't have certain characteristic traits, or the mindset wasn't right. There was no alignment. Yeah, he performed well in under the father, in the shadows of the father, but come to the forefront now, not so much.
Oh, I can even give you I can give you an example. When what's his name? The German Chancellor, Helmut Kohl, when he was running the party, he had his son being groomed and his nephew being groomed for leadership of the party. Guess who came through? Not only defeated daddy, but also made sure little son and little nephew knew their place. Was Angela Merkel, one of the most successful German chancellors. You know, so again, if you're good, people would, gravitate towards you.
Yeah. If you're good. Absolutely. All right. Next up. Thank you. Go ahead, John. Sorry. Go ahead.
James, I am live on the screen just for a little while. Just for a little.
Moments.
You're looking good live, Ja. You're looking good.
Thank you, James.
Yeah. Go ahead, Mr. President.
I understand all the point you all are saying. Don't get me wrong. But I'm saying the young man should not deprive of an opportunity if he can handle it. Like every other candidate, he would run for his seat. He would win his seat, because you have to win your seat.
Yeah.
Okay? That's how the system works in the Caribbean and in St. Vincent there, right? If you win your seat and you contest the party leadership, and you could win the party leadership to become the prime minister, I think it's fair. If you win your seat and then the prime minister don't hand you down the leadership of the party, of course your father will have some influence. But I'm saying if he is doing it the legitimate way, I don't think he should be discriminated against because his father was ruling for long, and he may not be a good leader, but he should not be disqualified. It's like if I am running a portfolio and my parents is in the fund, they can't be disadvantaged because I work with the fund. I yield.
Well, Mr. President, we need to talk off the air, you know. You go hard for the son.
Proper lobbyist.
I don't know how much he was paid to.
No, me understand. I don't have no relationship with his son. I know him, but I have no relationship with him.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, sometimes we get carried away with.
Did you hear that last part? He said, "I know him."
Yeah.
Right?
No, well, I know most of the politicians in the Caribbean.
Yeah,
I know most of the. I don't know him on a personal level, but I know most of the politicians in the Caribbean. I know him personally. I've never spoken to him like that.
Oh, okay.
But I just don't want us to get carried away
Right.
with thinking that, because his father was there for long. Because just the same way, I think his father should need to go. I was saying that for a long time. I think he has done enough for long enough, and I think they need change.
Okay.
But I don't think he should be discriminated against in any way.
The Bill Clinton line.
I just told you.
All right. Okay. This I have
Mr.
to
President, invite him to the space. Make a question him. Invite him.
That would be good.
Nah, I don't have a contact for him like that.
Oh, you have a contact? No. Okay. All right. Thank you all so much for that conversation. All right. Moving right along. It is time for stories out of Latin America. Southwest border crossing for March, lowest in history, according to CBP data. This article courtesy of the nationaldesk.com. The most recent border crossing numbers from the U.S. government show the lowest monthly total ever recorded. In March, the Border Patrol data shows that around 7,180 Southwest border crossings were recorded. U.S. Customs and Border Protection officials said it's a dramatic drop compared to the monthly average of 155,000 from the previous 4 years. Daily southwest border apprehensions also fell to around 230 per day, a number CBP officials said is one that the United States has never seen before. In the Trump administration's report released on Tuesday, CBP noted that the Biden administration experienced 5,100 crossings in a day. CBP added that last month's border crossings in the Southwest mark a pivotal achievement in our nation's border security efforts. I don't know, some off with that story. Huh?
Yeah, but the difference is the border is not open. So how can people cross? The border is not open. So how you can use that as a metric for measuring the success of whatever? The border is not open.
And that's what I said. There are issues with the story. So it's not clear. I mean, they're not going to stay the obvious. Go ahead, Ja.
For them, the obvious is what Red Cap is doing is making an effect on who sneaks in. That's the entirety of that story. And I don't know how I feel about that. I have to be honest with you. I don't know how I feel about that because no, I'm gonna keep my thoughts to myself right there. I'm just gonna leave it right there. I'm gonna leave it right there.
Them say not everything good for eat, good for talk. Yeah.
And also, yes, the optics for him might be good. That's what he wants to paint, that kind of thing. But you have a country that thrives on the very thing you're keeping out. And then in a couple of years, you'll be wondering. I mean, he was on a call recently. I mean, we'll probably talk about that shortly, but it was on a call where he was talking to auto executives and asking them not to raise the prices, even though he's raised the tariffs on their cars. I mean, that just harks back to the old Russian times when the state. Oh, man, I was cracking up when I just heard
that. Preposterous. And what are you inhaling? You okay? You are telling me not to raise. You know that the tariffs would cause an increase in the cost of goods. And now you're coming to us, asking us not to increase the prices to absorb it. Are you cutting me a check? Are you cutting me a check to offset the expense? No, you're not. So guess what, boo? Bye-bye. Go revisit the decision that you and your cronies have made and wheel and come again.
Do they have that recorded?
What recorded?
No, I mean it was a couple of reporters who were giving the tea on the call, and I think it's one of the executives, the auto industry executives, shared the transcript with obviously on the anonymity, of course, but clearly that the guy was miffed that the auto executive was like, "What is this guy smoking?"
Okay. I mean, ridiculous. Hey, Dr. Sharon, welcome to the stage.
Good morning. What I miss about they want the business to absorb the cost of the tariff?
Well, that's the way the chief executive framed it. He said, yes, the tariffs are working, and they said,
who said that?
Our president.
Orange guy.
Our president.
Orange guy.
The tariffs are working to do what?
Well, the thing is, narratives matters, right? For him, the narrative he wants to paint is he is using tariffs as a weapon as a cudgel to get people to give him favorable status in terms of trade, which clearly is not working because they're responding in equal term. So, and he then had a call with auto executives, exclusion of Tesla, of course. And on there, he said to them that, oh, yes, the tariffs are out, but I want you not to raise your prices, to adjust your prices. Yes. And they said, I don't think you know what it is you're smoking.
Yeah, because you obviously smoking something because there's no way if you are raising like a 25% tariff on even something that costs $100, right? That's $25 extra.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So why should the business absorb the cost for your debacle? Because obviously, either you were just really playing a game and now it's backfiring, or you actually really just didn't understand how tariff work.
He didn't understand.
That's what I thought. That's exactly what I thought, is that he didn't understand it until now he starts seeing the ramifications, such as like the fluctuation in the market and the backlash of what tariff is. I mean, he's crazy. And now he's asking who to absorb the cost?
The car
The
manufacturer.
car manufacturers.
Okay.
Moments.
Oh.
That is the Lulu. There is no
It's beyond the
company
Lulu.
that is going to absorb an additional 25% cost in your material and stuff. Some people do not even have a 25% profit margin.
That part.
You understand?
Yeah.
So if you're increasing production by 25%, or the material by 25%, you know how much that affect the end product? It doesn't make any sense.
So
I was saying that for months, but anyhow.
So he's asking them that to stay face, because now he doesn't want to go back and say, "Oh, I got to remove tariffs completely," because it's causing and
It's the same. If this
economic decline in the recession.
It's the first saving part that was the funny bit on the call, because the chief executives asked him that how long do you think the tariff can work? He said for as long as it takes. He said with the greatest. Some of them said. One of them said with the greatest respect to you, that these businesses might not be here. And by the way, some of us actually assemble the cars in Mexico and roll it across the border. How is that going to work? Oops. And they said the call went silent for a while. When he came back on, he said, but I just, the American people just expect this to work. Yeah.
The American people expect it to work. Hold it, moments. Hold it.
What? Which American people expect it to work?
The ones who follow him, who worship him. Not those of us who common sense.
The Lulu people?
Yeah, the ones who shop.
The
ones who shop at Lululemon.
I would say this though, like, okay, so this is how I see it. Many factions of America have an inflated sense of self, if we're being completely honest, and that, like, Trump is a manifestation of all of that. It's kind of like, we're number one. Everybody is supposed to bow down to us. So in approaching these tariffs and all these things, it's kind of like, well, we America, they're supposed to run with it. Like, but then everybody else is like, remember, y'all rely on us. So, this is all fine and dandy. We had an agreement before, but just don't forget where you get XYZ and blah, blah, blah from. The next component is he's saying that he wants to bring back jobs in America, bring back manufacturing and all these things. But they didn't put the infrastructure in place. And most of these businesses aren't willing to invest in creating that infrastructure because they know they're already going to lose a lot of money. And then all the people who they would have paid lower wages to do the same work, you're getting rid of them as well. So it doesn't make sense at all. But I feel like what he's doing is a front, is a mask. It's kind of like, listen to the people who don't deeply think about these things, who don't use critical thinking. Is like, you need to see that I'm trying, so that you believe these things and that everybody's against me. That's how I see it.
Oh boy. And unfortunately, also the people who need to hear conversations like these that will highlight the discrepancies and the shortcomings and all of that. They're not hearing the conversations. They're holding on to everything, thinking he's doing everything right and he can do no wrong. And they're okay with feeling pain, right?
Moments. Let me tell you something. I had a conversation with somebody that I know very well, and it was election time, and they told me they vote for a red cap guy. And then I was like, why? And they were like, have you been to the grocery stores? Have you seen these prices? Like, something has to change. And I'm like, have you been listening to what he's saying about these tariffs though? Because if you think it's bad, no. And think about what's going to happen.
Yep. Think about it.
Again, a lot of these people, yeah, these people don't critically think about what's going on. And so we're seeing the effects.
You're asking for too much. You're asking for too much. All right. Go ahead, Mr.
Saying in the
President, and
campaign
we'll
that
move
is
on.
impossible
Uh-huh.
to do these things. You laugh at me.
I
I don't
mean,
care how willing he is. He would reverse every one of them. I give him 6 months. 6 months.
yeah, after it all
Either he
comes
do
falling
it
down.
or you will crash America. You're already halfway there. But is no business person is going to make decisions based on this policy. Nobody's going to invest millions of dollars in this kind of
You're
climate
preaching to the choir.
to manufacture what?
Well, as
Anyhow,
it's concepts of a plan, right? As the concepts of a plan. And we just throw spaghetti at the wall. What sticks, sticks. What works, work. But remember, and I said this yesterday, we have to remember he is only doing what he is told to do. That's it. He is only doing what he was told to do. We are putting the pressure on him when we need to be putting the pressure on the people behind him. He is controlled. Let's not beat around the bush. He is being controlled. He has to answer to the powers that be. And remember, when the piper comes calling, he wants to get paid. There's no way I'm going to invest $200 and something million in you and you don't do what me want you to do. You think I invested in you so that you could stay out of jail? No, babes. I invested in you so you could stay out of jail, but in exchange for that, you're going to give me everything I want. I invested 50 million in you because these are the things I need to get done. And that is why I say until they remove lobbying from politics, the people of a nation will never be served. Our priorities will never be put forth. We are getting the crumbs. Okay, we're going to throw them a bone, make it look like we are doing something for them. They care nothing. Zero. Anyway, let's keep it moving. On the international scene, what kind of support is the U.S. offering in the wake of the Myanmar quake? This article comes to us courtesy of NPR. Me not like how my iPad at me say I recognize my face, I don't understand. I don't have no makeup, none of that. All right. Here we go.
We just
It's a positive.
you get prettier overnight. Is
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
I will take that, but I'm gonna say no. We will take it. We will take it. Thank you. All right, let's take a listen. It's a clip here, courtesy of NPR.
When a disaster strikes somewhere in the world, U.S. aid workers usually jump into action. But Friday's earthquake in Myanmar and Thailand come as the Trump administration was firing the remaining employees at America's lead aid agency. Here's NPR's Michelle Kellerman.
The U.S. Agency for International Development, or USAID, has a regional hub in Thailand. So soon after the earthquake, Sarah Charles, who left the agency last year, reached out to her former colleagues.
I heard from one colleague, I evacuated the earthquake, set up communications, found temporary housing for my family, and then got the RIF notice, all while trying to work on the response.
The reduction in force notices went out just hours after the earthquake. Back here in Washington, officials were not only riffed, but told to go home. Charles, who used to run USAID's Humanitarian Bureau, says normally the agency would send what's called a DART team, a disaster assistance response team, as well as search and rescue teams from LA County and Fairfax, Virginia. In 2023, USAID sent more than 200 experts to help Turkey and Syria recover from an earthquake.
When I look at the pictures coming out of Thailand and Burma, it feels of a similar magnitude, and seeing the response from China, from Vietnam, from Russia, and elsewhere, and not seeing the US government there is really quite jarring.
The State Department says it is sending a few experts to Myanmar, also known as Burma, and up to $2 million for some local organizations already helping people recover. State Department spokesperson Tammy Bruce rejects the idea that the dismantlement of USAID is hampering the U.S. response.
Certain things won't necessarily look the same, but the success and the work and our impact will still be there.
But rescue teams need to be on the ground within 4 days to save lives, says Jeremy Konondyke, a top aid official during the Obama administration. He also fears that the State Department, which is taking over what remains of USAID, won't be able to do the same things.
It's going to be very hard for state to rebuild that from scratch. And what's really just nuts about how they're doing this is they're not saying, okay, we're going to take the people who did this at aid and move them over to state. They're just clear-cutting everybody.
And not preserving the experts who have led disaster teams and saved lives in past earthquakes. Michelle Kellerman, NPR News, the State Department.
Here's what I will say to Myanmar. Don't look to the U.S. Don't look to the U.S. Just look to, and I think this is a call for all the other countries around the world to come together and rally behind Myanmar. Am I unreasonable?
Flew over the scene.
I agree with you
dogs being taken away
that we
by
cannot.
animal services.
No one will.
It's
I'm not
unclear
going to
if
say
both
well.
dogs
We
were
won't be able
involved
to
in the
depend
attack.
on
Dr. Sharon, may I hear you? May I hear the story about the dog? What you did to my dog? What you did to my dog, Dr. Sharon? They're talking about the dog. What you did to my puppy?
Listen, I didn't do anything to your papa. She's here being a menace. Nobody ever asked me how I'm doing, But notice that. I told you notice that? Nobody asked me
How are you doing, Sharon? Sharon, how are you?
I'm doing well, thank you very much.
Okay.
Good morning, Dr. Sharon. How are you doing today?
Good morning. I'm doing well. How are you doing?
South Africa, it happened the last time.
How's the dog doing?
Meanwhile, this is a terrorist here nipping up my nose.
Dogs do go wrong. Anyway, go ahead.
Right? Well, yeah, Myanmar cannot depend on the United States. No one can depend on the United States. And I hope the United States know no one will ever come to our rescue again either. Right? We have no allies. Canada said we're not an ally anymore. And I see that. I mean, it's horrible, but I know. I mean, you're going to be abused by a person and keep going back? Like, how does that work?
Facts.
Yeah. Outside of the help that you give to people, right? I think what's missing on this administration is soft power. You see how quick China and Russia and them gets in there?
Yep.
The US is powerful because of this soft power, and yes, the military bases and all that. But one of the biggest component of the US strength is the US dollar. If people start losing confidence in you, they lose confidence in your dollar because the dollar is not backed by anything. it's just a floating currency, right? You just create it out of thin air. You don't have gold, you're not on the gold standard no more. So if people start to lose confidence in you and your administration, and we're already coming up from a period of time where you weaponize the dollar against Russia, not just oligarchs in Russia, the Russian people by freezing the Russian state assets, then when you undermine the confidence of the people further, what are you left with? I don't think they understanding the repercussions. And I could guarantee you, everywhere the US delay to go, China will be there in seconds. Ayla.
That part, quick and fast. Absolutely. All right. Gonna run through the next few stories and then we can talk. First, Palestinian paramedics were shot by Israeli forces, had hands tied. This article courtesy of theguardian.com. Some of the bodies of 15 Palestinian paramedics and rescue workers who were unalived by Israeli forces and buried in a mass grave 9 days ago in Gaza were found with their hands or legs tied and had wounds, G wounds, to the head and chest, according to 2 witnesses. The witness accounts added to an accumulating body of evidence pointing to a potentially serious war crime on March 23, when Palestinian Red Crescent ambulance crews and civil defense rescue workers were sent to the scene of an airstrike in the early hours of the morning in the Al-Hashashin district of Rafah, Gaza's southernmost city. And by the way, there is an evacuation order for southern Gaza. Yeah. As Iran tensions build, U.S. military moves warplanes to reinforce the Middle East. This one, courtesy of Yahoo.com. U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has reinforced U.S. military capability in the Middle East with more warplanes. The Pentagon made the statement on Tuesday amid a more than 2-week-old U.S. bombing campaign in Yemen and mounting tensions with Iran. The Pentagon's brief statement did not specify which aircraft were being deployed or where precisely they were sent. And of course, for that information, we can head on over to Signal. However, as many as 6 B-2 bombers have relocated in the past week or so to a U.S. British military. They sure they want to send to the U.S. military base after what MTG did? Okay. Anyway, in the past week or so to a U.S. British military base on the it's a shared base. Okay, I hope it's on the U.S. side and not the British side, on the Indian Ocean island of Diego Garcia, and this is according to U.S. officials who were speaking on condition of anonymity. Experts say that puts the B-2s, which have stealth technology and are equipped to carry the heaviest U.S. bombs and nuclear weapons. Remember that fragment, at a soldier. Remember that? Hold on, Panda. Right, that Dunker. We're going to go revisit that when we finish with the next few stories. Experts say that puts the B-2s, which have stealth technology and are equipped to carry the heaviest U.S. bombs and nuclear weapons, in an ideal position to operate in the Middle East. All right, next up. Okay, so we can talk now. I wanted to run through those two and 5,000. You remember that number, Adesoji?
Yeah, 5,000 bombs instead of 2,000.
5,000 pounds, right?
No, 500. No, 500 bombs instead of 2,000 bombs. That was what's his name? That was Biden's logic of how to delay the G word happening in Gaza.
Right.
Okay, so there's another part to that. I'm not sure if you guys have broken that story on your side of the pond. The Signal scandal is just one aspect of it. There was another one preceding
the
that.
Gmail?
No, with Hexet.
With the Russian one, the Russian email?
No.
Jesus have mercy, there's more? More?
Yes. There was a meeting between Hexet and the British military chiefs, and then there was a lady in the room.
Oh, his wife. His wife. Yes. It's so much going on with him. She was there to keep him sober.
which the British couldn't quite understand. See, who is this lady?
She wasn't on the security clearance checklist either.
I didn't know it was take your boo today.
Take your boo to work
boo
day.
work.
Yeah. When I saw that, I was like, at this point, it's whatever. But yeah, you remove somebody who is overqualified from the role to give to your drinking partner.
Exactly. So the coming back to the story itself, moving all of that amount of weaponry around, especially in the Gulf. There's a place called the Strait of Hormuz. And if people look at it, it's not wider than the Hudson River.
Mm-hmm.
This is where a large majority of the ships bearing oil from the Middle East pass through. At the mouth of that Strait of Hormuz, guess which country controls it? Iran. Yes, Iran controls it. And so you're moving all of those ships to go and do what exactly?
Is that's in the Persian Gulf? No?
Yeah, the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah. So literally Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Bahrain, they're all behind the Strait of Hormuz. So they literally have to come through Iran to come onto the open sea. And yet you're moving military weaponry there. These people don't have, I don't know what it is about them. It's just maniacal way of looking at things. I yield.
As you mentioned Yemen, I don't know if you saw the video, but I tagged it.
At the surgery point moments, haven't they just been picking a fight with Qatar? And
We
trying
played the
to
video
pressure Qatar?
yesterday. We played the video yesterday.
So who you allied there? who in that area you allied with?
Exactly.
Because it can't be Israel. Because you can't even get to Israel. The Houthis stopping you from even going there, much less. And they don't have no kind of, Israel is just a spot right there. So Jordan, who are you allied with that you're moving this? And what did this cost the American people just to move that fleet there? You think you just move anyhow?
You ask a very pertinent question. The Pacific Fleet is based in Qatar, not in Saudi Arabia. Why? Because they cannot guarantee the safety of the weaponry there. So they are in Qatar. Saudi Arabia is blockading Qatar. The United States has its base in Qatar. These people don't think. It's almost as if, let's breathe now. We know geography is not one of their strong suits, because I don't think they know where all these countries are. They just know the names. And so literally they can't deal.
Do they have any issues with Oman? Any issues with Oman yet? Because Oman is next to Yemen, right below the United Arab Emirates. Do they have any issues with Oman?
No,
yet?
they won't have issues with Oman, because that's the British. The British too have their own machinations there. Getting the nephew to overthrow an uncle, put the uncle in a very expensive hotel in London. The uncle ends up living the rest of his life in a hotel suite in London. They're still referring to that uncle as His Majesty. Meanwhile, his son has these people.
It's crazy.
Yeah, yield.
It's crazy. All right. Yes, these ships that can carry these monstrosities on them, to do what? To do what? No, Mr. President, you said something about Israel is not, we don't have to be allies with Israel. Israel is our boss. Let's not forget that.
Oh, we miss one key part. The part about bounding people up and putting a hole behind the behind their cranium. Yeah.
So
it's an acknowledged war crime. That's a war crime.
It's E style.
Yeah, exactly. So and you're already going through the motions of being accused of one. Now you're adding that onto the point. You know, these people are, I don't know what it is about them, but well, it won't last.
Adesoje,
But
have you
it's not
hold
just
on a
the
second,
crime,
Mr. President.
Adesoji.
Hold on, Mr. President. Hold on a second. Adesoje, have you heard anything on that side of the pond with regard to the reason why they unalived these humanitarian workers who are responding to a humanitarian crisis? Have you heard anything on that side with regard to it?
No, because these people can't be held to account. So basically, they don't have to give you. I mean, the what's it called? The security minister did give a press conference, and I know you can call that a press conference or more like a recitation. Basically, just thrown out, accused them of what's the word, of being T targets, supporters of the H group, and all of that. But then when questions was thrown at him, he just simply walked out of the room. So I don't know what we can make out of that.
All right, cool. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. President.
No, I was going to highlight it's not just that you deleted people, but it's the group of people you deleted. It is clear that these people have no affinity to the age group. And yet still, look at the people you do that to. These are not people out there. These are people trying to solve problems. They're not part of the problem. And if you're taking them out like that, what does that say to you?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you think people wouldn't get around to it?
Mm-hmm.
It is clear.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't even have the audacity to unbong them before you put them in. Hey, you.
All right. Okay. Next on the international scene, UK imposes online entry permit on European visitors. Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that over there, Adesoje? This one, courtesy of Yahoo.com. New rules came into force Wednesday, requiring European visitors to the UK to buy an online entry permit as the government revised long-standing regulations to boost border security. The changes, however, caused little disruption at Paris, Gare du Nord. I want to pronounce the same thing. Du Nord station.
Gare Nord.
Gare Nord. See me, I learned like a French, I waste 2 years of my life at high school and don't learn
Oui.
as passengers began their Eurostar journey to London. So far, we haven't had any passengers turned away. So why did they decide to do that? What's the reason behind that?
Okay, so part of the Brexit agreement was there was going to be a 4-year moratorium on people moving back and forth in Europe. They extended it by 2 years. And now if you have to go to Europe, you do need, some sort of visa. But it's not really visa. I mean, you get visa on when you get there.
Okay.
But for Britain, it's more like WIFU. So.
Okay. By the way, the permit can be bought online for £10 or €12, but the price is swiftly rising. April 9 will be £16.
We're very how can I say, the multicultural society. We want everyone to come along, but at a cost to you. So we also have to have some sort of deterrent. We can't just have people turning up at our doorstep. Well, those are your words, not ours. Let's just say,
because we know how you Brits think, right? You look down on all of us.
No, we don't. No, we don't look down on anyone. What we don't want to happen is this place become a confluence of undesirables, shall we say?
Okay. Wow. Riffraff, undesirables. Well, the ETA has already been introduced for American, Canadian, and other visa-exempt nationals visiting the UK. Yeah.
Yes, I mean, if you come in, we know you have the right to be here, and we'll treat you accordingly. But if not, well, just stay behind the gates.
The king's coffers are about to be fattened.
No. It's not his coffers. It is Majesty's treasury.
The king's coffers are about to be fattened. They're going to be bursting at the seams.
Coffers will assume that we're paying the money directly into his purse. But he is, it is His Majesty's treasury and the Majesty's Treasury handles all the incomes and expenditure of the United Kingdom and Northern Ireland. Yes.
It's all semantics, I agree, Ozzy. It's all semantics.
It's not semantic. This is the realm.
I just told you, the problem with the name Wordsworth over there. On like to play with words and spin the words and distract people, and people don't catch up. On a slick with that, on a slick with that over there.
No, we don't. The thing is, words carry meaning, and so we don't just go around throwing words around, calling people riffraffs, unwashed, low lives. No, say well.
You just call them undesirables.
Undesirables means you and I share that value that certain people need not be standing next to us. So, it is what it is. So undesirable, you can use your imagination to determine what is desirable to you might not be undesirable to me. So, but we know what we don't want next to us. That's it.
So as they put in the chat, colony, bad word. Commonwealth, better.
Exactly. When you say colony, it means you're taking something that doesn't belong to you, yeah, and abrogating it to yourself. But when you say Commonwealth, it belongs to all of it. It's just that I'm the one controlling it,
We can read.
That's another, how can I say, that's another positive of being part of the Commonwealth. The fact that you can read, it's something we've shared to the world, enlightenment.
So could we ask Mr. Holness not to do away with the Commonwealth? I'd rather us remain a part of the Commonwealth, the little that we have gained.
It will be to your advantage.
Yes, I agree.
That remains the case. Yes.
Away with the idea of being independent. We want the union, Jack.
Why would you want to be independent? Independent from what? You're assuming you're under the thumb of something. Yeah. What are you being independent from? We share lots of values. We have a shared history. You like your tea. From time to time, we allow you play in the park. You can play your music as loud as it is. We don't, variety is the spice of life, as they say. So listen, what's there not to like?
Long live King Charles, His Majesty King Charles.
And long may he rule over us. Yes.
There we go. Lord of mercy. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention this one, courtesy of BBC. A Mexican band has U.S. visas revoked for glorifying an illicit kingpin. The U.S. State Department has revoked visas held by members of a Mexican band because of this. Their songs glorify. So herein lies the hypocrisy. Are we going to go through the catalogs of all the music that we have over here? Many of those catalogs are owned by the Jews who control the music industry here. Are we going to go through those catalogs and remove those songs?
It's highly unlikely that would happen, because if it does, then matters will be pushed, shall we just say, and you will then know who controls your Congress.
Let's look in rock and roll. Let's look at heavy metal. Let's look at grunge. Come on now, let's talk about it.
But all of this thing is performative, isn't it? So they have this false outrage about everything, and they're sensitive about. It's like this is supposed to be the land of the free and the brave. Brave from what? Free from what? You can't even say anything. And the last time I checked, as somebody checked out Ellis Island, I do believe Lady Liberty have left her post.
Yeah, she packed up and left.
Yeah,
Tasha made us know, she made us aware. She packed up, she took her bags and she hung her head and walked away. Yeah, she's there no more. All right, time for stories out of North America. I want to say thank you. It's 26 minutes before the top of the hour. Thank you to everyone listening on QMZRadio.com, JanoRadio.com, and MadMusicHouse.com. Thank you to everyone here with me on YouTube and on TikTok. I appreciate you. And just a reminder, Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Head on over to LormelSkinFood.com. That's LAURMEL, LormelSkinFood.com for a natural, beautiful you. And you can also enjoy 20% off all coffee products. Just use the code CoffeeInTow20 at checkout when you go to grandcoffeehouse.com. All right, time for stories. Oh, Lila, a lot of people that I tell. I'm lying. Oh my gosh. I forgot I had these two stories. They're sound bites from TikTok. Vladimir Putin lifts the veil. Now we're not hearing his voice. We're listening to the voice of a translator. Let's take a listen.
But it's enough to say, and everyone knows this well, about the United States' plans to annex Greenland. You know, at first glance, this might surprise some people, but it would be a deep mistake to think these are just some extravagant ideas of the new American administration. Not at all. In fact, the United States had such plans as far back as the 1860s. Even then, the American administration was considering the possibility of annexing Greenland and Iceland, but the idea didn't gain support in Congress at the time. Let me remind you that by 1868, American newspapers were mocking the purchase of Alaska. It was called madness, a frozen icebox, and a garden of polar bears, and President Andrew Johnson was ridiculed. That's why the Greenland proposal failed back then. But today, that acquisition, Alaska, I mean, is surely viewed very differently within the United States, just as President Andrew Johnson's actions are likely judged in a different light now. So there's nothing surprising about what's happening today. And it didn't stop back then. This story continued. For example, in 1910, a trilateral deal was being prepared involving territorial exchanges between the US, Germany, and Denmark. As a result, Greenland would have gone to the United States, but the deal fell through. During World War II, the US established military bases in Greenland to protect it from Nazi capture. And after the war, the United States offered to buy the islands from Denmark. That was quite recently, in terms of world history. In short, we're talking about serious long-term American plans regarding Greenland. These plans have deep historical roots, as I've just shown, and it's clear that the US will continue to systematically pursue its geostrategic, military, political, and economic interests in the Arctic. As for Greenland, that's a matter between two specific countries. It has nothing to do with us. What does concern us, however, is that NATO countries increasingly view the far north as a potential staging ground for conflict. They are actively training troops for operations under Arctic. Long-term social and economic development, improve the quality of life for its people, and preserve its unique natural environment. The stronger our position is, the more significant our achievements, the more opportunities we'll have to launch major international projects in the Arctic, together with friendly nations and possibly even Western countries, should they show interest in cooperation. I'm confident the time for such projects will surely come. But it's enough.
All right, Anastasia, I saw your facial expressions. We have 3 minutes on this one, and then we have to move on to the next one. Talk to me.
Okay, so quick one. When somebody points out the problem with another side, clearly what my people will say, and which is when you point 1, 3 is pointing back at you. When you're talking about the annexation of Greenland, discard that for a second. That's clearly not going to happen. So it's not going to happen. You might push it, but eventually you have to return back to the position you were. You've annexed Crimea. Crimea is not part of Russian territory. So getting the people to look away, to deflect from that, that's one. Then two is the fact that what you have in the United States at the moment, in terms of how the government works, is the same way you have in Russia. When the Russians had their revolution in 1917, the idea was the power should be resided in the people. When Stalin came in, the fact that Hitler attacked Stalin, they used that as a way to concentrate power in one person. 1992, that would have reverted with Boris Yeltsin, who was about to give the power back to the people. But this guy currently speaking, Vladimir Putin, slid in, and eventually they reconsolidated power. There was a woman who warned the world of what this guy would become. Anna Polskaya. She wrote a book titled Putin Before Putin. If you read that book, it basically tells you what this man is capable of. And this man has shown you time and time again that the only thing he understands is power, which is what Trump wants to replicate. So when people say, oh, I'm supporting Russia over the United States, both of them are essentially wings of the same imperial power. They want to consolidate power, and whoever gets to sit at top of the top of their table, at their respective top of the table, effectively has. I mean, the U.S. has been benign in the sense that it's been a system, but never before in the United States have you had one person in the position of this guy who decides, I want to be what that guy is over there. And so if you look at all the people he looks to, Erdogan in Turkey, Modi in India, Putin in Russia, Orban in Hungary. There's another guy. What's the other guy? The last guy. The name escapes me now. But essentially, he wants to be a strong man. And so when people focus and people are pointing, it's like, nah, history tells you who they are. And so let's not be minded with all of this. Oh, he wants to tell you about a history that happened in 18. Speaking of the Greenland thing, quick one. There was a general agreement that was signed after the Second World War that there will not be a military base in the North Arctic. That area should be free for ships to pass through back and forth. That is it. Only icebreakers should be allowed in that neck of the woods so that oil can pass back and forth. The militarization between the United States and Russia is the reason why you're having all of these issues now. I yield.
Right. Thank you, Adesoji. Thank you. Interesting. All right. I have another video that I want that needs to be played. And before we wrap up the international news segment, Namibia's president, Netumbo Nandi, I can't pronounce the other part of her last name, has announced a significant policy change. And I'm glad you're here for this one. And we're able to get to it before you have to head on to handle your business. Adesoji.
In a move that has sent shockwaves through the corridors of Western power and ignited a fire of pride in the hearts of Africans everywhere, Namibia's freshly minted president, Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, has thrown down the gauntlet. With the fearlessness of Burkina Faso's revolutionary lion, Captain Ibrahim Traoré, this trailblazing woman, Namibia's first female leader, has declared that starting April 3rd, 2025, US citizens will no longer waltz into her nation without a visa. Yes, you heard that right. The days of Western privilege on African soil are numbered, and Nandi-Ndaitwah is leading the charge with a boldness that echoes the thunder of our ancestors. This is no timid policy tweak. This is a seismic shift. A roaring proclamation of sovereignty that reverberates from the dunes of the Namib Desert to the shores of the Atlantic. For decades, Namibia has flung its doors wide open to tourists from the United States and other Western nations, welcoming them with open arms and visa-free entry for up to 90 days. It was a gesture of goodwill, a strategy to bolster tourism, a lifeline for Namibia's economy, and a nod to the global image of a hospitable Africa. But no more. President Nandi-Ndaitwah barely a week into her historic tenure, has turned the tables with a policy rooted in the sacred principle of reciprocity. If Namibians must jump through hoops, endure humiliating visa interviews, and shell out exorbitant fees to visit the United States, then by the gods of justice, Americans will now taste the same medicine when they set foot in Namibia. Let's be clear, this is not just about visas. This is about dignity. This is about a proud African nation standing tall and saying, enough is enough. For too long, Western nations, cloaked in their arrogance and fortified by their colonial legacies, have treated Africa as their playground, a continent to exploit, dictate to, and condescend toward. They've imposed harsh visa regimes on our people, forcing us to grovel at their embassies to prove our worth, in a move that is...
Soji, where you there?
I'm here. Yeah. Yeah, it's about time too. There was a growing pains a couple of years ago where, if anybody has seen where Namibia is, it's basically last.
It's the back of the head. It's on the west coast of Africa.
Yeah, the bottom part. Okay, so historically, the British wanted to use it as a prison colony. So Namibia and Sierra Leone would have been what Australia is today if the British have had their way. But the British chose not to. The Germans went in there and proceeded to conduct what they did with the Heroes and Nama people. So anytime the people of Namibia wanted to visit any Western countries, they have to literally jump through hoops. Sometimes to the point where people were making money hand over fist over them. And so the last president, tried to get some understanding with regards to how to move forward, but all failed of their fears. And so when she came in, she was a freedom fighter. She fought during the War of Independence for Namibia. And so she came in, and the first thing she said, a part of her campaign was the fact that the tables will be turned. Mm-hmm. And so maybe this is the first salvo across their bows. So yeah, I congratulate her on that. And there is another thing I need her to actually look at, the issue of compensation and the land question. The land question was taken off the table when they got independence. Part of their constitution, it was taken off the table. Again, when we're looking at South Africa with the land question, where 7% of the people own about 80% of the land, in Namibia is even worse. It's about 5% that owns 90% of arable land. Yeah.
And Namibia borders South Africa and Botswana and Angola.
Okay, so now here is where it gets truly traumatic. Mm-hmm. The Heroes and Namas used to bury their people on their individual lands. So if I had a mom and dad, they will be buried on my land. Mm-hmm. So when those lands were confiscated, not only the lands were confiscated, the corpses of their generation before. Yes, there was a guy I interviewed a couple of years ago whose parents are buried on land that was seized from him. So literally to go and visit his ancestors, he has to go and beg someone who is not from there. Let that make sense. I yield.
So are we going to have a similar situation as what's going on in South Africa and Namibia? Because a restoration, you can't come from outside and take away from people and they must just roll over and be okay with it. We don't want it for our countries. No Western country wants that done to them, but we're okay with doing it to somebody else. So when are the Namibians? Well, this is the first step. I expect that there's more to come. She'll probably be thrown in the same basket as Ramaphosa or what's his name? Not Ramaphosa.
Cyril Ramaphosa. That's the guy you want.
Yeah. In South Africa.
That's the guy you want. Yeah.
But they don't want to tell the truth about how they came by the land.
I mean, if you look at especially that Southern African bit, So you've got those with the land questions are Namibia, South Africa, Zimbabwe, Zambia is another one, but that one is very quiet. Zambia. The long running one is Kenya. Because Kenya actually has a body that fought the British on the land question. They're called the Kenyan Land and Freedom Army. So the idea of settler colonialism in Africa is a very real thing. Very, very real thing. The only places where they've been successfully thrown out was Libya. That was in 1969 when he threw out 20,000 Italians.
They're not in Ethiopia either, right? No settlers in Ethiopia?
No, that would never
Ethiopia
happen.
is the only country in Africa that was never colonized.
Colonized, yes.
As a matter of fact, the Queen of England had to bow down to Haile Selassie. Or Haile Selassie. Didn't she bow down to him?
No, she didn't bow. Didn't
she curtsy? Or whatever?
No, she didn't curtsy. The thing is, because he sat on a throne, if you the angle at which the picture shows, all of that is protocol. There is another thing. The Germans, the way the Germans went in with their settler colonialism was, okay, so with the British were the ones who introduced the idea of a concentration camp, in the Boer War. The Germans did, I don't know if we can use the word, the G word, in Namibia and also Tanzania.
Massive unaliving.
Yes, it's called, the one in Tanzania is called the Maji Maji massacre. So.
And yes, ladies and gentlemen, if you didn't know, Africa was divvied up at what conference was it? When they all gathered at the table and divvied up Africa, and not one African was there to defend
the Berlin Conference of
the Berlin
Conference of 1884, 1885.
How can I have my continent, not in a country, a continent, and everybody else has a say in what happens to me and my people?
In fact, the Second World War was fought on the basis that Germany was denied because Germany lost the First World War, it lost its territory. So the Second World War was fought on the basis that they've lost all their territories. The territory at the time was in Cameroon, Togo, Tanzania, and Rwanda, Burundi, and Namibia. Yeah.
Thank you, Adesoji. Thank you. You're going to say something, Mr. President? You're going to say something? No? Okay. All right. So that is it for stories on the international scene. It is now time for stories out of North America. But good job. Good job, President Netumbo. Good job. And I look forward to what you're going to do next and all that you have, in your portfolio. I look forward to it. We said this last week that Africa will rise up. The Africans today are not the Africans of yesterday. They're a very young population, continent-wide. They have different views. They have, they're a different breed. Let's say that. They ain't playing. They're not playing. And it is about time they reclaim what is rightfully theirs, because unfortunately for decades, they have been dealt a bad hand, not only by those who came in, the settlers, the colonizers, yada, 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 but also by their own leaders who cut backdoor deals with said settlers and colonialists, but, colonizers. It's time to wake up. They are waking up. Up, ye mighty people. And go ahead.
Speaking of the settler colonialism, with regards to, you say, the sellout, the biggest is Jomo Kenyatta, who sold out his people, the same people he fought in the bush with against the British, who, when he was jailed, insisted that they would not talk to the British until he was released. When he came and got power, Guess who signed the detention papers for majority of the people who ended up in prison? The same Jomo Kenyatta. I yield.
All right, 6 minutes before the top of the hour, time for stories out of North America. HHS lays off, not lays off, the layoffs at HHS hit Meals on Wheels and other services for seniors and disabled. This one, courtesy of NPR. Go ahead, go right ahead.
I'm sure they can eat worms.
The layoffs at the Department of Health and Human Services slashed the staffs of major federal aging, disability, and anti-poverty programs, leaving the future of those programs uncertain. At least 40% of staff got layoff notices and many were turned away. And this happened at the front door on Tuesday when they showed up for work at the Administration of the Community Living, or ACL. And the ACL coordinates federal policy on aging and disability. That's according to the agency's former director under the Biden administration, Alison Barkoff, who says she talked to multiple members of her former staff. The agency funds programs that run senior centers and distribute 216 meals a year to older and disabled people through the Meals on Wheels program. The programs that ACL implements improve the lives of literally tens of millions of older adults, people with disabilities, and their families and caregivers. That is according to Barkoff, who is now director of a health law program at George Washington's Milken Institute School of Public Health. There is no way to have these rifts and not impact the programs and the people who rely on them. Last week, the announcement of the coming layoffs at HHS said that ACL's responsibilities would go to different parts of HHS. All I want to say is they don't really care about us.
You know what I find morally reprehensible with the entire
Oh,
thing
use
is,
small words. They don't understand those big words up
okay,
there in Washington. Small words.
so what I find disheartening about this thing is the two that were confirmed last. No, there were three confirmed last, but the two primary departments that were confirmed last: Department of Education and the Department of Health. It seemed as if the leaders who came in there just came in to dismantle the place. Yeah, it's the mind boggles. Why get a confirmation to come in and dismantle your own house? Doesn't make sense. Now, if a society that cannot take care of its most vulnerable is not fit to be called that a society, if you go after your elderly, what's it called? The top clown is in his late 70s. The most supporting acts around them are in their 60s. Maybe Vance is not in his 50 years, but the other supporting acts are in their late 50s, early 60s. So the question is, when you leave this role, and believe me, you would leave it at one point, either you join your maker or you go through the natural progression of waste, which is the government changes over. How are people going to remember you? Because if the very point of your existence in a government, of the people, by the people, for the people, is to hurt the same people, who are you? No, who are you? So you're locking the door to Meals on Wheels. Meals, I mean, it's in the job description, Meals on Wheels. To whom? To the elderly.
Disabled.
and the elderly, disabled and the elderly, your most vulnerable in society. You've already canceled meals to kids in schools. What else is there?
Because they're a burden on the coffers. Remember, as callous and as cold as this sounds, this is the mindset. They're old, they're worthless. They serve no purpose. May I tell you, that's how they think. Why should we be paying out money from Social Security? Why should we be looking after them? They are a burden. Remember the word that Elon Musk used, parasite. We are looked at as parasites. Our loved ones are looked at as parasites, leeching off of a system that they worked and paid into so that they can benefit from, right? Those of us who care about the elderly and the disabled have no problem having the deductions done so that it can take care of them, because we know when we get to that age, we are going to be taken care of by those behind us. But you're old, you're disabled, you have no use. That's their mindset, and that is why they treat us with scant regard. Go ahead, Ozzy. I know you wanted to say something. Hold a second, Adesoji. Go ahead, Ozzy, and then back to Adesoji.
Yeah, I think that's the main point. Like, Adesoji, the point is you're making a little too much sense. Let's relax with that. Let's relax with that. You can't apply knowledge to spaces where it was intended to be banned. Now, the second thing I will say is, you said you speak of a country and its people. These people don't look at certain people as their people. Let's keep that in mind. You know, so you have to take into account different factions. The oligarchs, they don't look at certain factions of the country the same. Some factions of the country are looked at as a cancer that's only taking up certain resources and therefore plunging the country into even more debt. Then you have the issue of race as well, because remember, even to like the 1940s and stuff, certain groups that we consider to be white today weren't even considered back then. So keep all these things in mind. Now, the reality of it is, if we go back to applying common sense and knowledge as well, a lot of these systems that they're dismantling and a lot of the damage that they're doing to this country to even fix it is going to cost even way more than the same debt that they're complaining about. So again, this all makes no sense. So why are we trying to apply? We're trying to make 2 + 2 = 5. I yield.
Go on, Javed.
So for me, it's not even the disrespect of the people that they're taking these benefits from. It's the actual workers. Workers are coming to work and being locked out. They're not even respected to say, we sat down and we decided that your job is not feasible anymore for this administration. So he's disrespecting his own people as well. But again, we are at the point where in this country where the ones that can survive will be able to survive. And going to your point, Moment, Red Cap doesn't have to worry about his retirement because he's done stolen everything that he needed to live off of for the rest of his life. That's right, I said it. I yield.
It's a shame.
But
Go ahead, Ozzy. I'm sorry. Go right ahead.
I'm sorry, but again, we're talking about all these benefits for workers and all that stuff. When you literally have what you call him, Black Cap Man? You literally have him by the president's side, knowing that his next objective is to roll out robots. So who are human workers at that point?
We're going to be, it's a process of elimination. Remember that they tried it in Africa, right? Because Africa was overpopulated and they wanted to thin the population.
Yeah, there was a piece written in, I think it was the New York Times. Yeah, it was New York. Was it New York Times or the Atlantic? Either one of it. And the guy was saying something along the lines that the black cap guy has the bit of the N-ism word running through him. So when you said earlier that this class of people, i.e. the elderly and the disabled, were considered parasites on the system, do you know where that word comes from? They also the H-man also used it to categorize the set of people, and that also included the elderly and the disabled. So wherein the J people were predominantly that got the injection, a great deal of people outside of Germany and in Germany were also of the disabled and the elderly categories. So this guy is only, I mean, I don't know what it is that's going to stop them, but...
Oh, there will be stopped, it's just a matter of time. Nothing lasts forever.
Hopefully. But the thing is, like Sister J was saying earlier, the cost of replacing all of this damage would outweigh whatever it is,
they don't care.
Whether justification, moral justification or not, that they try to achieve. I mean, they're only giving themselves a ruse so that they can, as somebody said, privatize the social security. Beyond that, there is nothing that these guys have, nothing they have in terms of systems that would work. Nothing. I yield.
And here's the thing, I'll say this and then we move on to the next article at Asoji. And this is what pains me, to see that folks who are not in the same income bracket as these people, because you don't have the money. You don't have the money. They don't care about you. They fail to realize that they are just a piece of the puzzle that will help them fulfill their agenda. We are here fighting amongst ourselves. We are here allowing them to divide us when we're more alike than different, because we're all feeling the same extenuating circumstances, but we're busy waving the flags of hatred and superiority, not recognizing they don't care about you either. You are carrying out your role, right? That's your role. And you're doing a phenomenal job of driving the wedge of hatred, because it allows them, while you are busy doing the infighting and carrying on, it allows them to do the great getaway. And this is why people need to stop this foolishness. Recognize we are not each other's problem. We never were. It's the powers that be, the ones who feel as though they're better than everybody else. What? 2 legs good, 4 legs bad? Everybody go pick up Animal Farm and read that book and you'll understand what we're talking about. We're not each other's problems. It's those who think they're better than everybody else, all because they have what? Money. And how do they get the money? From us. They wouldn't be rich without us. And this is the part that we need to recognize. Without us, there is no them. And we're allowing them to divide us. And we all need to wake the hell up, man. Wake up. Wake the heck up. Open your eyes and your ears and start. Take up books. Go on the internet. Do research. Go to a library. Talk to people. Something. Get out of your bubbles.
While you can. because soon we won't have any books and libraries and educators and whatever else.
And I noticed books that we were looking for that were previously very difficult to come by have suddenly come on the internet. And guess what they are? They're ex-libraries. Ex-libraries. Literally, your books have been sold on the internet because they've been considered discarded. I yield.
All right. Next article. Let's keep it moving. Let's keep it moving. I want to try and wrap up some stuff here because we do have some conversations to get into. So, two mothers bring the House to a halt over push to allow proxy voting for new parents. This one, it's a soundbite courtesy of NPR.
Two moms brought the business of the House of Representatives to a grinding halt today. It happened after House Speaker Mike Johnson and GOP leaders tried to derail their bill, a bill to allow remote voting for new parents. One of those moms was Florida Republican Anna Paulina Luna, who worked against her own leaders and prevailed.
Never bet against the Luna.
NPR congressional correspondent Deirdre Walsh joins us from Capitol Hill. I would never bet against you either, Deirdre. Welcome.
Hi, Mary Louise.
What is in this bill and why were House Republican leaders so against it?
So this was a bill that these two moms teamed up to allow proxy voting for up to 12 weeks for parents around the birth of their child. I talked to House Speaker Mike Johnson hours before this vote, and he argued that remote voting was just unconstitutional.
So if you allow it for some situations, you're ultimately going to have to allow it for all. And I think that destroys the deliberative nature of the body.
The speaker said then he thought they had the votes to block this bill, but they did not. A total of 9 House Republicans voted with all Democrats to defeat a measure the speaker and his leadership team designed to try to kill the bill. It was a pretty stunning event on the House floor.
Yeah, and how did they do it? How did these two female lawmakers outmaneuver the speaker?
I mean, working together. After the vote, they were standing on the steps of the Capitol. It was Colorado Democratic Congresswoman Brittany Pedersen. She had her 9-week-old baby, Sam, with her. She stood with Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, talked about how they coordinated to keep their coalition together. They were asked what their message to the speaker was, and I would say Pedersen was very direct, so we made this a little family friendly.
We said don't with moms. I think he understands the historical significance of this.
Okay, so after we've heard that family-friendly comment, my next question is, what does the House do now?
I mean, the speaker actually canceled votes for the rest of the week. By defeating this measure today, they blocked Republican leaders from bringing up other House business for the rest of the week. There were Republican bills that were expected to pass along party lines. One focused on reining in judges who issue injunctions, another adding requirements to show proof of citizenship when voting. Once the speaker couldn't bring them up, he sent members home until next week, even though they have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, there were hurdles that these two lawmakers had to overcome to get to this vote today. What were they?
A lot of political hurdles and behind the scenes sort of hardball tactics. Luna told reporters last week leaders were making threats against Republican lawmakers who supported her bill. I could see during the vote inside the chamber, the speaker was talking to Republicans who had signed on to this proxy voting bill. Lawmakers of both sides of the aisle said, it's 2025. It's time for Congress to catch up with the technology. A lot of other workplaces have adjusted for remote work. There are a lot of younger members here trying to grow their families. Luna afterward talked about this vote, demonstrating that a majority of the House is now on record.
We worked as a team, and I think that today is a pretty historical day for the entire conference. It's showing that the body has decided that parents deserve a voice in Washington, and also to the importance of female members having a vote in Washington, D.C.
And will these women get a vote on their bill?
I mean, if the House had stayed in session this week, it would have likely happened at the end of the week, but we'll have to see when they get back next week. Republican leaders are very opposed to this and tried to derail it. They could try again, but now we know there's a majority of members who want to change the rules of the House for new parents.
And Pierre's Deirdre Walsh. Thank you, Deirdre.
Thanks, Mary Louise.
It's called voter suppression. That's what it is. Voter suppression. They don't want women voting. What page is that in Project 2025? They don't want women voting.
That's the part on what's it called? I think that's the I think it's role of women. Or so yeah, something along that line. Very. I mean, the thing about that document is it doesn't make any excuses for what it is about. It's very clear. So 922 pages. Yeah.
You keep driving that 922 pages, and yes, folks, he did
No,
go
because
through
of
the 922 pages. He's absolutely
because
right.
of because of his detailed nature. It's important that one emphasizes that they were so detailed about what they wanted to do. And it's a 922 pages, of which Donald Trump was mentioned 527 times.
But he didn't know anything about it. He doesn't know what it is.
Well, at least that's what the last time we heard from him.
Never
That's
heard
what he
about
said.
it. Don't know what it is.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. Don't know what it is.
I can be honest with you. I can care less, right? Because these two came together only to fight what they feel was important to them. But what about all the other women's issues that was just taken away from women in certain states?
Thank you very much.
About that? Okay.
Thank you very much.
You stood behind your man, okay? And if you lose your rights, so be it.
But you know, Ja, sometimes that's the only way. Okay. Sometimes that's the only way we can get the change. We say this all the time. If it doesn't come to our doorstep, it doesn't affect us. Not many of us, it doesn't matter what we look like. Many of us don't give two craps about things unless we are affected. So now that they're affected, yes, let them handle it. Yesterday, there's a space that I go to sometimes on TikTok, right? If I will listen on the outside, and sometimes I'll go on. And let us not be fooled, and let us not sit here and think we got this. We ain't got nothing. The fight that we're trying to win, we can't do it. We are outnumbered. It is going to take the efforts of people just like these two mothers. They are the ones who are going to have to take up the task and make the changes that we are going to be able to benefit from, the changes that we need. Now, those who, young people and even older ones who can be allies, we cannot shut them out. We can't, right? We can't shut them out because they have to be in it with us. They are the ones who will be listened to. They are the ones who are going to be able to open those doors, make those phone calls, and make effective change. Is it right? Is it right? It shouldn't be that way, but it is what it is. And we have to know how we have to move smart, and we have to be strategic. Know where we are more effective. If they're allies with us, we embrace for whatever it is they can champion with us, we embrace that and have the change happen. I don't
But here's the thing, Moments, they're not allies. You voted for things to be, you voted for things to be taken away because you assumed it wasn't going to affect you. And now when it affects you, you can't be my ally because we already lost our rights. It's gone. It's done.
Some of them, yes, I see what you're saying, John, but many people have had an epiphany, right? And I agree. I see what you're saying, but many of them have had an epiphany. They are regretful, they're remorseful, they have admitted their wrongdoings and want to make it right. So what do? How do we move forward? There's no moving forward if there isn't a meeting in the middle.
So in that TV show that I keep referencing, the women tried to get their rights back. And you know what the men did? Abused them the same way that they abused the people that they were trying to indenture. It was too late.
Well, their women are going to have to recognize their power and the strength that they have and tap into it. I mean, there are ways that women have been very effective in the past, I'm sure. they gonna have to regroup and say, okay, we need to take our power back. Yes, we made some poor choices. We we were supporting. And you have another thing we have to remember too, cultural differences too, Jack. In some cultures, or not even, I shouldn't say cultures because it happens across all cultures. But you have to understand too that some groups of women are taught to stand by their husbands, wrong or right. Wrong or right. That has been drilled down into them, that has been embedded in them, and they don't deviate, even though they know it goes against their better judgment. Even though, right? And we also have to recognize that too. So it's not something that's gonna happen overnight. And we can't have the blockades up, otherwise we're not gonna move ahead. We're not gonna move. We have to be smart about this, we have to be practical about this, and it's going to take, I'm not asking us to go out there and protest. I'm not asking us to do that, but it's going to take some level-headed conversations and seeing how we can truly work together, because we all, whatever happens to one happens to all. When the rain fall, it don't fall on one person's house top. We're all affected, and it is for everybody to recognize we need to put aside certain ideologies that are impractical, unnecessary, antique. Get rid of them. Archaic. They serve nothing, no purpose. Go ahead, John.
So what you're saying to me is to become hopeful, like some people are speaking on the internet when they said if Donald Trump is trying to bring legislator to get presidents to have a third term, some people are happy because they claim that they'll be able to vote back in Obama. Is that what you're saying to me? I'm being facetious right now, but I hear you.
Right.
Okay.
So this issue, because remember, if this bill goes through, it's not only going to affect white women, it's going to affect every woman in this country who has a baby, is not able to leave the house, but because she is not able to leave the home, or she doesn't have anyone to leave the baby with at such a young age, she can't take the baby out there, she won't be able to exercise her right to vote. That's not fair to her. So yes, it's affecting them, but it's also going to affect every woman. So let them fight it for us. And that is what we have to do. Know how to step back and just say, okay, keep going. And maybe if you have your allies and your friends, give them your concerns, because they will be listened to more readily than we will be listened to. What is the number one complaint they have about us? We're too aggressive. And right away, they don't want to hear it.
Okay, we'll see. But I agree with you. I'm not going to stand with them and argue the point. Let them argue it.
Yeah, tell them what your concerns are. Let them handle it for you. That's where we are. And to see that a Republican went against party lines. She could have said, no, I don't care. My husband will take care of me. I'm okay. But she doesn't want her voice silenced either, even though she's a Republican.
We'll see how this plays out.
We'll see how it plays out. Go ahead, Ozzy.
Yeah, that again, like I've said before, we keep telling people like, yo, you next. Don't just look at us and feel like, okay, well, black people, they've had a hard time, they'll figure it out. You next. Because if we look at the very slogan, Make America Great Again, right? Which time period are we referring to? Because as far as I know, women weren't even able to have bank accounts until what year? Women weren't allowed to vote until what year? again, going back into history, it wasn't until like the 50s or so that even Irish and Scottish people were even considered white. So again, what time period are we referencing? So I fully understand the idea, like, yo, let them fight that battle because they need to do something. Just know that them same people who were looking at our people like, all right, whatever, it only affects them, is the same people that are gonna be knocking on your door daily. We need to fight against this. Do with that information whatever you will.
All right, let me play the video. I have a video here that I want to play, and it's related to that same clip that I played also. Hold on.
Well, it's a very disappointing result on the floor there. A handful of Republicans joined with all the Democrats to take down a rule. That's rarely done. It's very unfortunate in this case. 96% of House Republicans voted against proxy voting because they believe it's unconstitutional and they agree that it would open a Pandora's box. And so that's what we just saw. Let me just make this clear. That rule being brought down means that we can't have any further action on the floor this week. That means we will not be voting on the SAVE Act for election integrity. We will not be voting on the rogue judges who are attacking President Trump's agenda. We will not be taking down these terrible Biden policies with the CRA votes. All that was just wiped off the table. It's very unfortunate. We'll regroup and come back, and we'll have to do this again.
Mr. Speaker, were you asking for too much?
Sometimes you have to demolish the whole building and start from scratch again. Sometimes you gotta just go so whoom. Have you ever tried to tackle something at home and you feel overwhelmed because you just see all these things around you, and you just get one box and say, "Come, Mr. Girl, just dump everything in the box and dash in the box because you can't be bothered"? Sometimes that's what we have to do. See, they're gonna have to regroup and come again. They're gonna have to regroup and come again. We play it how we can. Play it how we can. All right. Next up, now Governor Ron DeSantis. Are you trying to woo me over? Are you? Governor DeSantis pushes property tax relief for Florida homeowners. I'll take that from you, DeSantis. That's it. I'll just take that from you. Period. Not else. So, according to Caribbean National Weekly, as South Florida residents and others across the state struggle with soaring property tax bills, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has unveiled a new initiative aimed at curbing the financial burden on homeowners. Speaking at a press conference on Monday morning, DeSantis announced plans to pursue a constitutional amendment designed to provide stronger protections against the escalating taxes by 2026. Of all the taxes that are impacting Floridians right now, property taxes are the most significant, he stated, emphasizing that skyrocketing home values have driven up tax assessments, leaving many struggling to keep up. Aye, Skipper, yeah, in line here. The governor noted that while increasing property values have generated wealth for some, they have also pushed many homeowners, particularly elderly residents on fixed incomes, into financial distress. He highlighted cases of homeowners who originally purchased properties for $250,000 only to see their values surge past $1 million, resulting in significantly higher tax burdens. Despite existing homestead exemptions, DeSantis argued that property tax bills remain too high, disproportionately affecting long-term residents. To address this, he proposed a shift in tax relief focus from broad-based sales tax reductions to targeted property tax cuts. The Florida House of Representatives has already suggested allocating $5 billion toward tax relief, including a potential 3/4 cent reduction in the state sales tax. However, DeSantis contends that prioritizing tax relief would provide more meaningful benefits to Florida residents rather than out-of-state visitors. And if we do that, we would end up with $1,000 in property tax cuts for every homesteaded Floridian, DeSantis explained. Boy, I mean, we take anything I can get. Come in, I lie to you, DeSantis, a rough out the road there. But just pay one tax bill. I'm going to tell you the God Almighty truth. Me broke. Because I'm not pay the bill with homeless.
When is his election? When is his seat up for re-election?
I have to look it up, John. But I
Has
said,
he already done 2 terms? I don't remember. I think there's a term limit on
I
governors.
think this is he's now in his second term, no? You see? Hold on.
All of a sudden.
No, he's been talking about it. He's been talking about it. It's not the first time. He's been talking about it. And I remember.
How long?
Jamming not put no time frame on it. But I remember when I heard it, I was like, please, me I beg you, do get it done so we can have some reprieve. I know when I heard it, I was like, yes, we need do something for us. You've been messing up everything else. At least get this right.
I mean, I'm all for it because I live in one of the highest tax in Houston. One of the highest tax brackets in Houston I live in.
The tax brackets, wow. Okay, so he was elected governor in 2018, re-elected in 2022. He is not eligible to run for the third term in 2022. Huh?
Okay.
He can't run again. Yes, so this is it for him. When he at least he will be leaving us something so that we can at least have something good to say.
I don't know. For some reason, I just feel, well, like everything else, there's reasoning behind this. But okay, if you get the tax break, I'm all for it because, I have a whole bunch of family in Miami. So,
My tax bill. You don't want to know, Jeff. I can text you and tell you what it is. It's crazy. It's like you have to put aside rent for a month, every month to pay for your tax bill.
mine is still included in my mortgage for the moment, but it just recently increased by about $100.
Goes up every year. All right. Next, green card holders, travelers caught. God, we keep hearing more and more of these stories. All right, so green card holders, travelers caught in Trump's immigration crackdown. More in this from NPR.
Traveling to the U.S. from abroad has gotten riskier, even for people with valid visas and green cards. International visitors, visa holders, and lawful permanent residents are facing tougher scrutiny at airports and border crossings. Some have even been detained as part of the Trump administration's immigration crackdown. Here's NPR's Joel Rose.
It's been 50 years since Llewellyn Dixon immigrated to the U.S. from the Philippines. Dixon is a lawful permanent resident who has traveled internationally many times with her green card and never had trouble coming back to the U.S. until now.
We had a great time visiting our homeland. My aunt deserved this.
That is Dixon's niece, Madonna Cristobal. Cristobal lives with her aunt in Edgewood, a suburb of Seattle. They traveled together back to the Philippines in February. And when they returned to the airport near Seattle, Cristobal and Dixon were both waiting in the same line for customs. Cristobal, a U.S. citizen, sailed through quickly. And then she waited for her aunt and waited.
1 hour, 2 or 3 hours, I started to worry. And then I'm like, oh, what the heck is going on?
Dixon had been detained by officers at U.S. Customs and Border Protection. Cristobal had to call her aunt's boss at the University of Washington, where she works as a lab tech, to explain why she wouldn't be coming to work. A few days later, Dixon was transferred to ICE's detention center in Tacoma, where she remains nearly a month later. Cristobal says it's been difficult for her and her extended family.
Auntie Lynn has been the rock of our family. And I don't like to be emotional, but yeah, Auntie Lynn has been there for everyone.
It was only after Cristobal and her sister hired a lawyer that they found out why Dixon was detained. A felony conviction for embezzling nearly $6,500 from the bank where she worked more than 20 years ago is still on her record. At the time, Dixon pleaded guilty and paid a fine, She never served any jail time. But now any past infraction can loom large as immigration authorities ramp up enforcement under President Trump at airports and border crossings. Ben Johnson is the executive director of the American Immigration Lawyers Association.
There isn't a lot of explanation. There isn't a lot of consistency on what they're doing, except trying to find any and every reason to prevent people from coming back into the United States.
Border officials are taking a harder line with green card holders who have minor offenses on their records, including a New Hampshire man originally from Germany who was detained, possibly because of a decade-old misdemeanor charge for marijuana possession that was later dismissed. International tourists have been swept up too. 2 German visitors were detained in California over suspicions that they were planning to work or stay permanently in the U.S. And a backpacker from the United Kingdom was held for 3 weeks because of a mix-up with her visa. Her father, Paul Burke, told the BBC she was transported to the airport for deportation in shackles.
She was taken in leg chains and handcuffs on the journey to the airport. She's not Hannibal Lecter.
In a statement, Customs and Border Protection says it is simply enforcing immigration laws, and that green card holders who have not broken laws or committed fraud on their applications should have, quote, nothing to fear about entering and exiting the country. It's hard to say how many green card holders or travelers have been detained, but immigration lawyers say there are likely more of these cases that haven't been reported. Former CBP Commissioner Gil Kurlikowski questions whether this heightened scrutiny is the best use of resources.
Some of these detentions don't seem appropriate, especially if it was a relatively minor charge. I mean, that's just a waste of taxpayer dollars.
Several countries in Europe have updated their travel guidance for the U.S. The German government warned that false information, past criminal records, or even minor visa overstays could lead to arrest, detention, and deportation. And some immigration lawyers in the U.S. are advising green card holders not to leave the country, especially if they have any criminal record in their past, no matter how minor. Joel Rose, NPR News, Washington.
64 years old, 20 years ago, she had a felony conviction for embezzling nearly $6,500 from the bank where she worked. Because it's still on her record, she pleaded guilty. She paid her restitution. She spent a month in a halfway house, and she's still being incriminated for something that happened 20 years ago. Okay, let me ask this question. When we have got rid of every immigrant, documented, undocumented, every single one of them, gone, and we still have criminal activity in this country, who do we blame? What happens next? And this is a genuine question because it doesn't stop. It's going to be there's going to be next. There's going to be a next. What's next? What is next?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, Ja.
What's going to be next is once they pass these new laws, we are going to be the ones that are going to be criminalized.
And then when every one of us is criminalized, who is next? You see what I'm saying?
Their own people, because greed is going to envelop somebody, which it already has.
What is the end game? What is the end game?
When you put fear into people, it supposedly stops any type of crime. And I mean, because I remember when I was younger, you used to read about the punishment that would happen to people in Asia. You know, you may lose a body part if you do this or that. So their crime rates aren't as high.
So it's a deterrent?
So it's some type of deterrent, maybe. Just like that first article you played this morning about the border and how it's been so low. So there's an assumption because of what they're doing, it has stopped the amount of people that want to come or are trying to get in. It's a deterrent with quotes.
Ah, boy. Yeah, I agree with the attorneys, with the immigration attorneys. Do not leave the country if you don't have to. Just keep yourself quiet. If you're on a green card, on a visa, and you don't have to go anywhere, put that vacation on pause. Vacation somewhere closer to home. It's a sacrifice you're gonna have to make. If you're okay with the impending risks, then by all means go right ahead. But make sure you put your business in order, just in case. Make sure you whoever forget access to whatever them need to get access to, that is done. Don't leave people scrambling and scratching. Because, handle your business. If you feel it necessary for you to leave, that's all I can say. All right, next up we have an update, and this is regarding I think I brushed on it yesterday. Oh, by the way, a federal judge drops the corruption case against New York City Mayor Eric Adams. New Yorkers, how you feeling? You ought to be happy, Mr. President. A federal judge on Wednesday formally dismissed the corruption case against New York City Mayor Eric Adams, granting the controversial request from the Justice Department that generated a public outcry and spurred the largest mass resignation of senior federal prosecutors in decades. The order from U.S. Judge Dale Ho brings an end to the case against Adams, who had pleaded not guilty to conspiracy, bribery, wire fraud, and other charges. Following his indictment last year, Ho said he was dismissing the case with prejudice, meaning the government could not bring the charges again later. Okay, so it was dismissed with prejudice. Uno can't come rally back on the man. The man said, "Oh, uno contact about conspiracy. Uno contact about bribery. Uno contact about wire fraud." Move a fry or so with all of them, the things that plus the others. You can't touch this. I am Teflon done. He still won't win in June. We don't care how many not guilties he gets. A good one, Geely. You still gonna be out of here. So we have an update. Federal prosecutors to seek the death penalty for Luigi Mangione in United Healthcare CEO's unaliving. Let's take a listen to this one. But I don't like him up there. Come on, New Yorkers, do better.
The Justice Department is making a death penalty push for the man accused of killing a healthcare CEO. U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi says she directed federal prosecutors to seek death for Luigi Mangione. He's accused of gunning down United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson outside a Manhattan hotel in December. The 26-year-old faces separate federal and state murder charges for the killing.
Oh boy. That CEO must have been worth billions of dollars to them. He was worth something to them. Do we see them going down that road really hard for people with more egregious cases? I don't know. Time for TikTok talk. Go ahead, Jack.
What's more egregious to unaliving?
Unaliving multiple people at the same time.
Yeah.
Didn't a police officer lose his life up there January 6th? Was that man or a woman?
And they got freedom.
And I'm not condoning what Luigi Mangione did. Don't get it wrong. I'm just saying that there's an imbalance in the scales, right? So what more is there? TikTok talk. Twitter data breach.
All right, we have breaking news. The largest social media data leak in history just happened to Twitter. Apparently 400 gigabytes of data has been lost, been breached and uploaded to breach forums. Basically, it's a massive tar.gz of all the Twitter data. Now, this could have massive negative repercussions for Twitter and specifically Elon Musk, because if the data can be used to show that Elon and Twitter knew that most of their accounts were from bots, basically the dead internet theory, that he could be in serious legal repercussions with the investors from XAI and face an investor lawsuit and a revolt, basically showing that he was a fraud. And we all know that this guy is a fraud. Massively hyping up Tesla to a PE ratio 10x that of Toyota. So we know that the guy is a scam artist, and he's using shell corporations to sort of cheat the system, basically running a Ponzi scheme. And so the question is whether or not this data leak contains IP addresses, because if it does, it can be shown that Elon knew that a lot of these Twitter accounts were just bots, and that he sold basically a defunct asset, a bankrupt social media company to XAI, and dramatically overrated its valuation. So there could be massive legal repercussions if Twitter and X and Tesla start having major financial problems, which could happen if consumers revolt and stop using X, they stop using Twitter, they stop using Tesla. So we'll see pretty soon. It turns out on April 22nd is when Tesla's shareholder meeting is, the earnings call happens. And if the earnings don't look good, Tesla stock could basically fall through the floor. So listen, this could be this have massive repercussions for Elon Musk. All right, we have breaking.
Well, the onions ain't gonna be looking good, so brace for it.
Who, me? Not me. He needs to brace for it.
Ain't nothing gonna happen to him.
He gonna cry.
He'll cry for a minute. I'm sure
Yeah,
he
but
had.
he don't have control over the price. It's demand and supply. If people start dumping the stock, there's nothing he can do. He can't tell you keep it.
It doesn't matter. How many other contracts does he have that he's making money from?
He's still getting $8 million a day from the U.S.
Exactly.
From the
And I'm sure he
government and
has a
charity.
bunch of overseas accounts.
And he's still securing more. Again.
I think I have a video coming up. Hold tight. I think I have. Yes, I have a video coming up that speaks to exactly that, Azzy. So hold that comment there. Let's jump on a couple more before we have to wrap up with QMZ Radio, Jano Radio, and Mad Music House. Gmail addresses.
Breaking news right now. According to the Washington Post, Mike Walls, the national security advisor, and other top Trump administration national security officials have used personal Gmails for government communications. But her emails, am I right? According to documents reviewed by the Washington Post and interviews with multiple U.S. officials, Mike Waltz, the national security advisor, along with other National Security Council members, conducted government business over personal Gmail accounts. According to a senior Waltz aide, he used the commercial Gmail service for highly technical conversations with colleagues at other government agencies involving sensitive military positions and powerful weapons systems. Before I continue, TikTok will be banned in 4 days. So be sure to follow me on my Instagram, Substack, and YouTube. They're all linked in my bio for more. For years, Mike Waltz and other Republicans were blasting Hillary Clinton for using her personal email. And now it looks like they did the exact same thing they were blasting her for doing. Spread the word. And as always, follow.
On the spot, I can only laugh. I can only laugh. Next, deporting the innocent.
Today, J.D. Vance said that the accidental administrative error deportation of an innocent man to an El Salvadorian prison could be justified because he did have traffic violations. A reminder that parking tickets qualify as traffic violations. J.D. Vance is suggesting that perhaps simply by having parking tickets, you, without due process, could be put in a van on a plane and deported to an El Salvadorian prison. And when I say you, what I mean is the only way to determine whether you are a legal citizen, a legal resident, a legal alien is through due process. That the moment you say you can't have due process, you and I, whatever our color, whatever our legal standing, whatever our citizenship, are fair game for that process, and they are doing it intentionally. This is how it begins. It has already begun. They will force you as a citizen to make a choice. Do I stand up now? Do I go into the streets now? Because they have taken an innocent man and deported him to an El Salvadorian prison and said they can't get him back. Because they want to see how you react. Because they know if you don't go out into the streets, they know if you don't protest, they know that if you sit silently by and say, well, maybe this guy was bad, who am I to say? That the next time they do it, they can count on your desire not to feel retroactive guilt about today. They know that they can keep moving the bar. Maybe next time it is a citizen, but maybe a little worse than parking violation, so you're silent on that one. And then by the time it's your neighbor, by the time it's your family member, you would have to admit guilt for months of allowing innocent people to be put in prison. So you don't feel your own guilt. They are testing you. They're finding out whether you have disconnected from your humanity or not. So vote with your feet, as Cory Booker said. The power of the people is greater than the people in power, and now is the time to show it.
Parking ticket. And JD Vance doesn't see a problem with this, and they can't get this man back. You know how they realized that this man was there? His wife was watching, and so she said, hold on, my husband. Hold on, good man, that. I can't my good husband, that. They really scream up my good, hold on there, man. And all they call me, couldn't find my man. See my man there. I saw the woman find her husband. The images that them swirling around on social media, bad news, whatever you want to call it. I saw the woman find her husband. That is how the woman find her husband. And let me tell you something, it can't happen to any one of us. It can happen to any of our friends, our family members, our co-workers, our neighbors, our church brothers and sisters. We are all at risk. He is right. We, people of color, will exercise our right to protest by voting. That's how we will do it. We ain't going on in them streets. Well, not me. Rufus ain't coming after me. Not at all. I'll do it another way. I will exercise my voice via the vote. And he's right too. And we have spoken about this here. People will only do to you what you allow them to do. And they're going to constantly push them. Our children do it to us. We did it as children to our parents. You push and see what you can get away with. Oh, I got away with that. Let me try something else again. And you get away with something else. All right, let me amp it up. And we will keep testing and testing and testing because we keep getting away. They're no different. They're no different from us. We do it with our friends and family members. We test each other to see what we can get away with. They're doing it to us too. He's right. So, thank you, young man. I expect to see you and all your friends and family members doing the right thing. Because we people of color, we stand. Child, we're tired. Tired. Bad, bad, bad. Next. The greatest heist in America. This is for you, Ozzy.
Was infiltrated by Doge and by Elon Musk. It's my understanding that he replaced the communications contract for the FAA with his own Starlink program. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And it's also my understanding that Mr. Elon Musk, who has also infiltrated NOAA, which is the agency that does our weather service and tells the Americans and the world that, you know, what's going to happen with the weather, that there's also indications inside the agency that he would like to have SpaceX become the primary contractor for the satellite systems for NOAA. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And we've also heard that Mr. Elon Musk, who the DoD secretary almost gave access to secret war plans for China last week, is also angling to get billions of dollars in new contracts under the Department of Defense. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So I don't know about all of you guys, but this sure looks like a scam to me. I mean, right, they're calling it waste, fraud, and abuse, but really what we see is a special government employee who's a private businessman. He's the wealthiest man in the world, and he is literally infiltrating these federal agencies that he has a personal financial interest in. He's cutting the programs, he's eliminating staff, and then he is essentially positioning himself to put into place private contracts. Now, I also want to take a minute to talk about some of the social programs that we're also highly concerned about, because as we know, our colleagues across the aisle passed a resolution, a budget framework a couple of weeks ago here in the House that is setting the stage for one of the largest tax breaks in American history to go to billionaires. So they're robbing the federal government. They're getting ready to give themselves massive multi-billion-dollar contracts. And then they're going to rob our most vulnerable members of our communities, low-income families. They're going to dismantle the Medicaid system. Now they're talking openly about dismantling Social Security. And then they're going to take those so-called savings, which are you, the American people, and give permanent tax breaks to the same guy that is dismantling the federal government and giving himself private contracts. This is a total scam, a total scam. Like, folks need to wake up. This is not about waste, fraud, and abuse. This is a scam. They are running a scam on the American people and on the federal government.
So hold on. We knew that. We saw all of that. You know, we know, tap in with us, sister. We know all of that. We ain't stupid. You see, that's what happens when you sit on the sidelines and eat your popcorn and drink your wine or sip on your coffee and you just watch the greatest show on earth. The only difference is it's not a movie, it's real life. And it's affecting all of us. Every single one of us, regardless of what we look like, regardless of who we are asleep with, regardless of who we worship, regardless of how much money in our bank account, regardless of which neighborhood we live in, regardless of which school we picnic go, the length of our hair, the color of our eyes, regardless. Whether you're documented, undocumented citizen through naturalization or through birth, all of us. You notice how they divvy us up? We're grouped up. Immigrant versus, you have immigrants, documented. They pick those. Okay, let me wrap up on air, folks. I have to wrap up with internet radio. Bear with me here one moment, please. But yeah, them developers, I'm gonna show it to you and make we realize what we are hold on to and carry out with this foolishness as a human race, as human beings. Hold on there. Thank you to everyone who tuned in to QMZRadio.com for quality music while you work or play. Keep it logged on to www.qmzradio.com for that good music to get you through your day. Thank you to our listeners on JahknoRadio.com. Download the Jahkno Radio app, JAHKNO. It's available in your Apple and Google Play stores. Jahkno Radio, take us on the go. And thank you to our listeners on madmusichouse.com, any genre, anytime. I invite you to join us on Coffee and Toes YouTube channel for the remainder of the show, or join the party on TikTok. we're still going strong. See you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Eastern, God willing. Have yourselves a wonderful rest of the day. Be good to yourselves, be good to others, walk in love, be love. Take care. All right, perfect. We are officially off the air. Thank you for the time check, John. Thank you for the time check. Yepity yep. The greatest heist in American history. Woy. And it's a shame to take advantage of people. I saw an article pop up on my screen not so long ago talking about Doge saying how many people have social security numbers who are undocumented. Do me a favor, Doge, before you run your mouth and mislead the people, make sure you're not talking about the ITIN people who get the ITIN, which is a 9-digit number, just like a social security number. Make sure that you come up, you play with it now. Because ITIN, the undocumented who work hard and pay their taxes, it's through the ITIN that they're able to let us know that the undocumented in 2023 paid almost $100 billion in taxes that they can't get anything from. You tend to be sensationalists, right? So be careful with the information that's being put forth. Undocumented paid taxes via the ITIN program. The ITIN is a 9-digit number, much like your social security number. Go right ahead, Mies.
Remember our very goodly friend, the blonde, made it very clear that once you enter the shores of the great USA, unless you enter the correct way, you are illegal. Full stop. The end. There was no comma, there was no dash, there was no abbreviation, there was no additional category to it. The end. Yeah? As if we need a poem or a song. Time for redemption songs.
Redemption songs.
Boy. But okay, so 2 points I wanted to make earlier, right? A lot of these things are going to directly affect my people, specifically those of us who come from US territories, who have been deliberately dependent on the country. And so for those who don't know, especially the Virgin Islands, the US Virgin Islands is considered below the poverty line. So therefore, we qualify for like school lunch and some of those programs. Again, they're getting rid of a lot of those stuff, so that immediately impacts the quality of life for a lot of people. Then, like I wanted to say earlier, right? There's this article that came out in the St. Thomas Source on March 30th, which interestingly enough is the day before Transfer Day, which was when the Virgin Islands was transferred from Denmark to the US. And so what happened, right, with this talk of acquiring Greenland, there was an agreement that was made in New York on August 4th, 1916, that says, and I'm reading it right now, in proceeding this day to the signature of the convention respecting the secession of the Danish West Indies Islands to the United States of America, the undersigned Secretary of State of the United States of America, duly authorized by his government, his honor to declare that the government of the United States of America will not object to the Danish government extending their political and economic interests to the whole of Greenland. Right. So basically, if they make that move, the future of Virgin Islanders is pretty much like up in the air.
So hold on, Ozzy. Could it mean then, and I may be off on a limb here, but could it be then the reason they're going after Greenland is because they had success with the British Virgin Islands then? So if they were able to have the British Virgin Islands, I mean the US Virgin Islands, there's nothing stopping them from getting Greenland.
No. That was a sale. So what
That was
happened?
a sale. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But as a condition to that sale, they agreed that they wouldn't expand to Greenland.
Okay. And Gina put it in the chat. So Denmark didn't want to keep the Virgin Islands. Okay. All right.
Yeah. So
Okay.
it's,
All right.
it's
Okay.
interesting.
I just was wondering, if there was a connection somewhere there. Okay. That's pretty
Mhm.
interesting. Yeah. Interesting. Wow. Okay. Okay. Thank you for sharing and reading that. You have a message in the chat as a Nayeli, and I hope I didn't butcher it. Nayeli Music is saying, okay. Yeah. Interesante. Muy. But thank you. Welcome. So, yep, the greatest heist in America. And I'm watching it. And I'm laughing.
Tesla dealerships reported selling over 8,000 cars in just one weekend. It sounded too good to be true. The Canadian government certainly thought so and now investigating whether the company fudged the numbers in order to claim tens of millions of dollars in subsidies. According to their self-reported data, 4 dealerships sold 2 cars a minute for 3 straight days, 24 hours a day. This allowed them to request $43 million worth of rebates under a government scheme meant to make electric vehicles more accessible. This highly unusual spike in sales raised some red flags, with experts saying it was impossible for the Tesla dealerships to even have that many cars on hand. An investigation has now been launched and the payments frozen until they can be verified. The Transport Minister has also said that Tesla will be excluded from future rebate schemes.
That sounds like
So I have a question then. Because if we talk, I have a question then. Because if we're talking about American automotive brands, right? What brands are considered American now? Because like Chrysler and some of those other companies are under the Fiat Automotive Group. So is it like what is an American brand?
Chevy, GMC, 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 General Motors. Go ahead, Anise.
It's not to say that they're American cars, but the manufacturing plants are here. So a lot of the things that are in Jamaica, for example, you will see made in Trinidad or made in wherever else, but assembled in Jamaica. So that's what it is. He's trying to get these brands that are non-American brands to come and set up a plant in the US.
But niece, we're still gonna get hit with the 25%, right? Because we don't make everything here. Pieces
Yeah, the
have to come
parts,
from different places.
a lot of the parts, in some instances, the parts have to come in, or in some instances, the engine has to come in. But yeah, but to say that, for example, Apple is definitely American, correct? It originates in the US. So even though there is a plant in China and India, the headquarters is here in the US. So it's the same thing. The headquarters for Audi, for example, is in Germany. But if they have a plant here, then it's considered assembled here, if that makes sense.
I get you. I feel you. I get
And
what you're saying.
okay.
Yep, rebate schemes. How can you sell how much car a minute? 3 car a minute when our car, what was the number?
But I was looking in South Korea. We do import from them, and we do have zero tariff arrangements with them. I don't know the extent of what cars or how often or whatever. It is, I guess the opportunity is there for it to grow. And Israel recently came out and said they're going to drop all tariffs. And I think that's what he's looking for. Israel is going to drop all tariffs to the USA before it escalates to whatever is happening with Canada and Mexico. And I think that's what he wants.
Hold on,
I don't know.
Israel.
Israel has, there was a publication recently, like last week into this week, where Israel did come out and say they are going to drop all tariff rates. There's no tariff charges to do trade between Israel and USA.
Well, I never knew we had tariff issues there was any tariffs between us and Israel. I thought we were all the same country.
I don't know if we import anything from them, but I have to go look at that. But yeah, I think maybe it was a public stunt as well because of the relationship that they have. But yeah, they came out and said they're going to drop all tariff charges.
Of course, that's a stunt. That's like saying it. That's like if Ro went to Moments and was like, anytime you come here, you could get a free drink. We know that they have an existing relationship. That doesn't change anything.
Change that, not at all. Nothing at all. That not change. Nothing. Yeah, that was TikTok Talk, folks. It is now time for our stories out of the business and tech segment. Our business and tech news is brought to you by grandcoffeehouse.com. Head on over to Grand Coffee House. Enjoy 20% off all coffee products. Use the code COFFEEINTO20 at checkout. All right, first order of business. This one comes to us courtesy of WSVN and the Associated Press.
Well, less than a week before a deadline to sell TikTok, President Trump is suggesting a deal could come together at the last minute to keep the app in business. Well, despite the platform's enormous popularity, it comes with very real national security concerns. Caroline Shively has it.
Also the first in school history.
Celebrate now, TikTokers. The party's almost over for the 170 million Americans who use the video app. Saturday is the deadline for TikTok's Chinese parent company to sell or get banned in the U.S.
I was a great TikTok guy.
President Trump extended the deadline from January to give ByteDance time to find a non-Chinese buyer. It's unclear if the company is willing to sell.
It's a loss of $20–30 billion. I get it, but it's not the end of the free world for them.
In a bipartisan vote, Congress passed the ban last year over security concerns that ByteDance might be sharing users' private data with the Chinese government.
We just can't allow the Chinese Communist Party to continue to have access to Americans' data and to influence our discourse.
With nearly half of all Americans using TikTok, including 7 million businesses and organizations around the country. It's a teacup werewolf. Keeping U.S. access to the app might be the one thing that brings Democrats and Republicans together.
I support the administration's efforts to keep it open, and I would work with the White House on this issue.
If there's not a deal by Saturday, President Trump has said he might extend the deadline again, but it's unclear if he has the legal authority. In Washington, Caroline Shively.
No, him have the legal authority. Him have the legal authority. He have it for everything else. He go and have it for this too. I can't talk about if he have the legal authority. Dallas say him can do it. Him can do it. Executive order that. Run it for your next 2 years at minimum. Can't talk about if him have the legal authority. Does he have the legal authority to do a lot of things that is happening right now? Vex my spirit. So yes, folks. Do me a favor, go ahead and follow me on Instagram. Don't bother if TikTok goes down, Lemonade goes down. They're one and the same. So you can follow me on Instagram, Coffee and Dough. You can follow me on subscribe to the YouTube channel. Just in case. I don't see them cutting this out. And for that gentleman, what him name for make the comment what I just met. Do there 170 something million people? At least half of them earn an income, or their incomes are subsidized on TikTok. And you're willing to further the crippling of the economy. You're already going after the undocumented. $100 billion there. And you're okay with how much, what was the number? 20 billion or whatever $billion more loss. Is that going to just lose money?
Moments. You worried about TikTok sharing people data?
They can't share, man, coming out nothing.
The highest, your most senior defense personnel is sharing war plan secrets with a reporter. But we worried about TikTok sharing its users' data to the Chinese.
And in carrying wife got the session.
Are you serious? Sometimes this thing that just sound like a joke to me, you know? Like I don't understand. You just text war plan before a military strike to a regular reporter. But TikTok is the problem?
A civilian.
But TikTok is the problem for security? Man, give me a break.
He sent what I think we need to call it what it is. We keep making it not sound so bad by saying a reporter, right? They sent war plans to a civilian. It could have come to any of us telephone. But you see me now, but I say, voila, and the Yemen, them a come. That's the problem with me.
But I don't even. What I'm missing here is, and why I think they want to shut it down. When you're an independent contractor, right? You are the one in charge with saying how much money you make, right? That's the big issue here. They can't track what people are doing with money unless they record it somewhere.
Right.
It don't have anything to do with secrets being sent to the Japanese because we all watch each other.
Them are watching right now. If they want, they can watch me through my phone. Okay. Laptop, phone, iPad, phone. Go out there so they can watch your any device. Any device. They can watch you through your fridge. For those who want the up-to-date fridge, I don't want them fridge in my house. I don't want when I go to my kitchen on the cancel because sometimes I don't go to my kitchen properly put together. Them I watch you through your fridge.
It's smart TV.
Them I watch you through your smart TV, your camera systems in your home. We are being watched. So when you think you hide from me, guess what, boo? Somebody else watching you. I came across a video and I think I saved it. Hold on. I think I saved it on TikTok too, where there's an easy way for them to track with. All they need is your IP address. That's it. Them have your IP address and they get that home through the devices.
Tracking by IP is not new technology. That is too much. This is not nothing new.
When you out and about and a ping, 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 ping off of the different tower them, they know where you are. You can't. Nowhere in the world you can go and hide. Remember me tell you that. They know everything. But we don't like the Chinese and for me, I beg a little money, beg a little money, beg a little money. We need some money. Alexia is always listening, Tasha. Always. You know much time me hear Alexia go off in my son's room with him alarm. You have to shout, shut up. Siri, sometimes Siri, exactly. Sometimes Siri I chat to Mr. Girl bye. I wasn't speaking to you.
But the big thing is, it's first of all, let me say it's ironic because you literally read a story earlier about a data breach within Twitter or X as they call it.
Thank you.
But the main issue is that they want control of all the data as opposed to anyone else because they sell the data.
That part. Oh, by the way, Ozzy, thank you for sending that because that is a reminder. I saw an article, a news article, and I forgot to clip it. If you used 23andMe, they are asking you to delete your information because when the bankruptcy proceeding goes through, whoever buys 23andMe buys your data and can do whatever they want to their data. That's why I know everything with a rundown and jump on these bandwagons. Me is okay not knowing where my DNA traced to.
So everybody gonna know I'm alien now?
Okay.
Damn.
Right? Me, it's okay. Yes, we wonder and we question what part of Africa my African side, what part of Africa my African side come from, what part of Europe my European side come from. Yeah, we all want to know that. What part of India my Indian side come from. But some things only if you just left it alone. Leave it alone. Because now the people them have on a data, on a makeup, come on, man. Some things we gotta let just walk on by. Then walk on. Yeah, so if you know anybody or if any of you listening had an account with 23andMe and sent your DNA over to them, do what you need to do quick and fast because the next owner get a hold of it, we don't know what they're going to do with the information. All right? You've been warned. And the next thing...
That is one reason why I never wanted to do any of that, because I also feel that if someone or some government agency has your DNA, they can accuse you of something that you didn't even use. I mean, we all watch Mission Impossible and all those crazy scenarios, which I really feel can happen. So no.
Ja, I understand you know, Ja. You get selfish now. You had the camera on. No, you turn off but the camera. I enjoy the company. What? You just run left me by myself.
So I did say that when I finally get the camera working and I'm home, that I would join you on the stage. But you know, I don't like wearing clothes. So it's like now I gotta put on clothes while I'm working. Like seriously. So I'm trying to figure out how to angle the camera so if I don't have any clothes on, it won't be bad. But then if my phone drop and y'all see something, I don't want you to be blind either. So it's like, okay, I got to make sure I put on some clothes when I join. So,
turn off the camera.
No, I have on some clothes and I have my locks wrapped up. So I'm good. So I'm back.
Don't be flashing Twitter. Don't be flashing TikTok, you know.
I have on some clothes. I don't have on all the clothes, you know, so I got to make sure it stay like this level right here. You go down more, you're going to be like, the highlights are just going to be like blinking at you, right? So.
Oh gosh, let me leave you alone now, Ja. I mean, turn off turn off your
I don't even remember what I was just saying. Oh, we were talking about the DNA. But yeah, I don't trust. And for a company like that,
yeah,
that you took so much money from people under the guise of finding out their ancestry, and then you're just going to go bankrupt and just sell stuff off? Like, really? Wouldn't it be more altruistic? No, that's not the word. Wouldn't it be better for you to just destroy? What did you say, Mr. President?
Prudent.
Wouldn't be more prudent for you to just destroy the samples, being that you're going bankrupt? How are you going to now sell it? That makes absolutely no sense to me. And they shouldn't even be asked to do, they shouldn't even think of doing that. I mean, who's controlling this industry? I yield.
Javed, you have to realize that one of the reasons for the bankruptcy is they're saying that the subscriptions is not what they anticipated. So you open a program like that. When I find out my ancestors is from Congo and Italy, wherever it is, right? How much times I subscribe into that every year?
Yeah, because next year you might be from Nigeria, and the following year it might be from Zambia.
It's a catch. It's a catch. So they probably initially intended to do what they do and then sell the information for whatever purposes. Now you file bankruptcy, so you have to sell. But the business model don't make any sense. If it's that, because in a news article it was stated that the subscriptions, they wasn't getting the subscription they anticipated. How you can expect people to subscribe to something like that? Please.
So the business model was flawed initially anyway, and people didn't even really think about it.
Not necessarily flawed. It could have served its purpose.
That part, it was created for a reason. It was.
But once you get the information, why do you need to continue subscribing?
That is all a part of the marketing. That is just optics. Them capture them. You send in your information to them. Boom, them have what them need. But they can't make it look that obvious, right? So they have to keep doing these other frivolities. Let me put it lightly.
I would say though, okay, so in a typical situation, like I know with Ancestry, they have access to various records that you can get with your subscription. With 23andMe, I'm not sure what you're getting for that.
What do you get for Ancestry? What do you get for Ancestry?
You have access to like different records, census records, unalive certificates. What do you call it? Yeah, it's mainly for like researchers and genealogists and that kind of stuff. But as far as the testing, that's a one-time thing.
And how do I know what the information they might send back to me is right? How me know so what? Because them can look for me and say, okay, you have your African roots tap into, let's say, Gabon. How me know say right? What is those things something at me and tell me that? But it's not Gabon, it could be South Africa. Okay, you can't tell me I'm in a part South Africa. Yeah, but seriously speaking.
Yeah, they have different sample populations, but those are also open to a lot of variables as well. But what I was going to say is that the bigger issue is that not just them, but a lot of companies are going to a subscription model because they like that revolving access to funds, right? And we're pointing out that that doesn't work for everybody and everything and every company. Now, I want us to take that same thought and remember it, because it's a lot of other companies who are going to file for bankruptcy and all these other things and sell off. Because the other thought too is, even if you were to destroy the samples that you have, what is a company worth? That's what it's built on. You know?
I feel you. I see where you're going. I see where you're going with it. Folks, all I can say, Tony, don't be so quick to jump on everything and send your DNA. This is not just an email address now, This is not just a phone number. This is your biology, your biological makeup. You're sending them a sample of yourself for them to store. Think about that.
But you see that I mean, all of what you guys are saying, it sounds like that industry needs to be regulated because this company, the value is in the name, the capture of names and addresses and credit card information that they have captured over time. And I mean, a company like that is valuable for persons who are orphans. It's valuable to a lot of people on a security level. And it shouldn't just be sold just like that. The industry should be regulated, and there should be laws that protect persons' information, especially when they're ready to wind up in a case like this one.
Yeah. All right. Next up in our business and tech segment, why gold prices are surging to record highs. Let's take a listen.
Tariffs continue to roil stock markets. The S&P 500 and NASDAQ today ended their worst quarters in almost 3 years. Another kind of investment is booming, though, the price of gold. It hit an all-time high today, and analysts expect it to keep on soaring. NPR financial correspondent Maria Aspen is here to help us understand why. Hey there.
Hey, Mary Louise.
Hi. So gold at an all-time high today. What's the latest?
Well, the price of gold has been rising for a couple of years now, but it's really hit a hot streak since the beginning of this year. A single ounce of gold now costs more than $3,100. That's a record high, and some analysts are predicting that it's going to keep going up. There are a few reasons behind this, but the primary reason is what's going on elsewhere in the financial markets and the economy.
And just explain that. Explain the link.
Well, President Trump's tariffs, they're causing huge uncertainty, as you know, among investors and businesses. They're also sparking widespread fears about higher prices for consumers and the increasing potential for a recession. And that's making people want to buy into something that's seen as a safe haven, like gold. I called up Bank of America's Michael Widmer, who put out a very bullish report on gold last week. He gave a lot of credit to the ongoing tariffs drama.
It's those tensions, the uncertainty about economic policies, or the policy uncertainty that has really been supportive for the gold market.
So he's betting that as long as that uncertainty continues, the price of gold will continue to go up.
And how certain are we about that? Is gold a safer investment?
Well, Widmer also points out that gold can definitely be volatile. It's been on a rally recently, but what goes up can always go back down. That said, gold does have this reputation for what's known as the fear trade. It's tangible, it has value in and of itself. And so in times of crisis, gold is often perceived as safer than stocks. I talked about this with Lee Baker, who runs Claris Financial Advisors in Atlanta.
When it seems like the world is going to hell in a handbasket, gold usually appreciates.
That said, he warned that there can be downsides to buying and owning gold, even in times of crisis.
Okay, so before we all go out and buy a little lump gold and put it under our mattress, what is the case against doing that?
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I asked Baker. Should I go out and buy gold? And he told me to slow my roll.
If you're buying gold right now, just because you're caught up in the buzz because it's going up, I'd probably say leave it alone because it's likely to lead to some form of disappointment.
He pointed out that, unlike stocks or bonds, gold doesn't pay any dividends or interest, and it can be complicated to own. There are ways to invest in gold-related funds without actually going out and buying physical gold. But if you do want to hoard some gold bars, you have to think about things like insurance and home security. And again, there's just no guarantee that any one investment is always going to go up. So there's no silver bullet, or in this case, gold bullet, that can protect you from everything that's happening in the economy and the wider world.
Platinum bullet. I am holding out for the platinum bullet. NPR's Maria Aspen, thank you.
Thank you.
I agree with you, Tasha. Eggs, flour, not gold. Me, personally, not like real estate. Land can't spoil, now go nowhere. And real estate appreciates. Yes, there are fluctuations, but for the most part, real estate fluctuates. If it, and when I say real estate, I'm talking about the land. The house or the building is a fixture on the land. Land can't spoil, in a rotten, not go nowhere. You can trade with land, one upon a land. That's all we can say. Start with like a quarter acre, then you buy one next quarter acre here and there. Land is the way to go.
But follow the lead of what happened in North Carolina with that last flooding, whether it was by nature or by otherwise, because
otherwise.
No, listen, I don't know what happened with that dam, but I don't know how nobody's talking about it. But anyway, this guy, he had this lakefront property, and when he came back after that flooding, the property was gone. Yeah, the property was part of the lake.
That means that's a natural risk you take if you have property that's right on the lake or stuff like that. I mean, you may not have gone, but you could include if the lake rise or fall, it would affect you. And given climate change and all the other different things that are happening, you have to know that that's a risk, a high risk.
Beachfront property too.
Yeah, it's a risk, especially in the islands now with climate change. Yeah, a lot of properties are being submerged.
Mm-hmm. But that was a good one. Needs to fling in this up. As China blocks terminals deal, BlackRock chief says ports will define the future. Well, so I thought the deal went through. I thought it was finito, done with, sign on the dotted line. I didn't know it wasn't complete. Well, according to Yahoo, finance.yahoo.com, the chairman of one of the largest global investment managers says ports are as critical to future infrastructure as the global economy or of the global economy as data centers and power grids. BlackRock chairman Lawrence Fink, in an annual letter to investors, said that's why the company spent 2024 transforming itself into a leader in private markets. The better to get a jump on what it estimates will be a $68 trillion infrastructure boom. Assets that will define the future: data centers, ports, power grids. The world's fastest growing private companies aren't available to most investors, Fink wrote. They're in private markets, locked behind high walls, with gates that only open for the wealthiest or largest market participants. New York based BlackRock on the New York Stock Exchange, their BLK, in February announced it was partnering with shipping giant MSC of Geneva to acquire most of the port terminals of CK Hutchinson, that's of Hong Kong, in a $23 billion deal that could alter the balance of power in container shipping. But China this week blocked the sale, which includes terminals at the Panamanian ports of Cristobal and Balboa near the Panama Canal, saying it planned a formal review. China ain't playing with y'all. China is not to be played with. At the same time, let's not forget they're making way through Mexico.
Some moments when the Chinese do it, they're trying to steal the resources of the countries.
Mm-hmm.
But when BlackRock do it, it's good business.
Yes, what's wrong with you? I mean, come on, touche. You should know that by now. It's okay when I do it, but when you do it, it's a problem. Jackass said the world no level, and a long time we are hear that from your little picnic come up to now. And I never understood it as a child, but now that I'm older and you are more aware and more you're seeing, yeah, Jackass said the world no level, and it is true. The imbalance in the scales, these are the things we talk about. But hey, look at me, I said, chew me not up there if you have the doors. And what I'm saying, They're behind the high walls and gates that only open for the wealthiest or the largest market participants. Me sit my behind down and know say I'm going to be affected when I go to the register, because here's the thing, trade. When those ships pass through the canal, and let us say they're paying higher prices to go through, they have to pass the cost on. The cost gets passed on to the shipper, the person who the various containers belong to. And when the people that have to collect them container, them are gonna pass on the cost to me. So everything is a domino effect, you know. Did China report USA to WHO or UN already? Yeah, talk about this.
Yeah, it was in the news, I think, last week that China, I think it was China news, it wasn't USA news. They made the report that they were going to report what the USA was doing formally. So I don't remember if it was WHO or UN. And I'm like, right, good move. Why has nobody else done that? Because that's a role of them, you know. They're supposed to promote peace by fostering trade. So that's what I was saying the other day. Why are they quiet?
Niece, let's be reasonable. Let's be reasonable for a second. Let's back up for a second.
Listen,
who was in the International Court of Justice last year? Was it in the International Court of Justice where a particular country was taken there? And the only country that stood with them was the US. And even though they were found guilty,
is this real?
Yes, and even though they were found guilty of the crimes, did they stop? So some things are just a matter of formality, only to write it down in history. Some things will never change. So I guess that is the stance some people are taking. What's the point of making much ado about nothing? Because nothing is going to be resolved. Nothing is going to be gained. It's going to be business as usual, because some of us 2 legs, some 4, and 2 legs better than 4. And even some of us with 4 legs will try to be 2 legs by standing on our hind legs and say, see, I have 2 legs too. Animal Farm.
When you were in school, right? And somebody kept provoking you, you know your parents, you know your teachers, you know your teachers know your parents, so you tread carefully, right? But there comes a point when you go back, you know what? You see, before I poke back this bear, let me go report it.
That's a one time.
All right.
Again.
Hey, understand the strategic move that China is doing by even insinuating that that's what they're going to do. That's step 1. And if you notice, they had bilateral talks recently with who? South Korea, China.
Just 3 of them. South Korea,
Yeah,
Japan.
you saw that.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's see the outcome of that come next week when they come up with something where they start to partner, you know. Yeah, it's interesting days ahead.
An indomitable force. All right, folks, and that story wraps up our business and tech segment, brought to you by Grant Coffee House. Head on over to grantcoffeehouse.com. Enjoy 20% off all coffee products. Use the code COFFEEINTO20 at checkout. And it is now time for Health and Science News. This segment is brought to you by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils, all 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. First up, top scientists warn that Trump policies are causing a climate of fear in research. This one comes to us courtesy of NPR. Nearly 2,000 leading American scientists, including dozens of Nobel Prize winners, have issued a stark warning that the U.S. lead in science, the U.S. lead in science is being decimated by the Trump administration's cuts to research and a growing climate of fear that jeopardizes independent research. An open letter from members of the U.S. National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine, which was made public on Monday, outlines grave concerns. A climate affair has descended on the research community, the letter says. Researchers fearing for their jobs are removing their names from publications, abandoning studies, and rewriting grant proposals and papers to remove scientifically accurate terms such as climate change that agencies are flagging as objectionable, aka woke. Science gave us the smartphones in our pockets, the navigation systems in our cars, and the life saving medical care, the letter says. We count on engineers when we drive across bridges and fly in airplanes. Businesses and farmers rely on science and engineering for product innovation, technological advances, and weather forecasting. Science helps humanity protect the planet and keeps pollutants and toxins out of our air, water, and food. As the administration cuts federal funding for scientific agencies, ends grants to scientists, and defunds laboratories, there is real danger in this moment. Who cares? They don't care. They don't. How can we impress upon them the importance? It don't matter. I don't think it will ever matter. Because how can you flag a scientifically accurate term as climate change saying it's objectionable? Remember the list of words that we went through the other day, a couple weeks ago, that were deemed DEI? Woman, remember that one? Woman is one of them. Biological female is one of them. Who remembers the others? But men were okay though. Yay. Men were okay. Next, in our health and science news segment, widespread firings start at federal health agencies, including in leadership. And I also have a video that I want to play that Dr. Keisha had sent over yesterday, and I was not able to play it then, but I will be playing it after this article from NPR.
Support for NPR and the following message come from
All
Jarl.
right, hold on. I need to turn this down because Jarl and Pamela man not paying me nor supporting me. So hold on a second. All right, here we go.
Eliminating federal government jobs. Today, thousands of workers at federal health agencies across the country found out they were being fired. NPR's Selena Simmons-Duffin is here in the studio to talk about it. Hi there.
Hi, Ari.
So who's leading this effort to lay off employees in Health and Human Services?
It is part of the DOGE effort to shrink the federal workforce. Last Thursday, Secretary of Health Robert F. Kennedy Jr. announced plans to dramatically overhaul the department he oversees and cut the workforce by a total of 20,000 employees. That's almost 25% of staff. There was a loose outline of how it would go. Kennedy said it would focus on streamlining administrative work, but not a lot of details, so everyone was really holding their breath. Staff expected notices to go out on Friday, but they didn't. Over the weekend, nothing. Yesterday, nothing. Then today, around 5 a.m., reduction in force or RIF emails started to come in.
And how did the day unfold?
Well, some people woke up to the news in their inboxes. Some didn't, so they headed into work. And at several buildings, there were lines of workers snaking around the block. Many found out they had been fired when they tried to badge into the building and their badge didn't work. Jennifer Hoenig's whole team was cut. She's a statistician who oversees a national survey on drug use and health. She saw the email early this morning before going to work in Rockville, Maryland, but she says not everyone did.
Like someone on my team specifically, he was able to badge in like normal. And then he went upstairs and got the RIF notice.
She says there was someone going around to the offices who told him to leave. Another source of mine thought she was okay. Her badge worked. She was at her desk. And then she got an email that said even though she hadn't gotten a notice, she should take her laptop and, quote, exit the building as soon as possible. NPR's not naming her because she feared retaliation for speaking publicly.
Do you have a sense of who was being cut, whether it fits into any pattern?
Well, we know what HHS told us last week, but nothing more. They're not answering more follow-up questions. And part of that might be because they're cutting communications teams across HHS. What NPR's health team does know has been pieced together by sources. The picture is honestly pretty confusing. I mean, there were cuts in tobacco regulation, rare disease research, HIV prevention, fertility research, occupational safety, utility assistance for low-income people, and more. A few very high-ranking NIH directors were given an offer to transfer to the Indian Health Service and given the option of several remote posts. Even people working on chronic diseases were cut, even though Kennedy says that's part of his new focus to make Americans healthier.
You've been talking to HHS staff all day. What have you heard?
I'm hearing sadness, confusion, tears, a lot of anger. Let me tell you one story. Scott Laney has worked for CDC for almost 20 years. He's based in Morgantown, West Virginia.
I work as an epidemiologist for the Coal Workers Health Surveillance Program, which does surveillance of chest radiographs for black lung in coal miners.
I reached him today at home, and he was absolutely shell-shocked. Nearly everyone in his center, the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health, was cut. They do things like evaluate face mask safety, firefighter deaths on the job, and more. Their whole building in Morgantown is set up for this specialized scientific work, and he says it's now just going to sit there empty. He got choked up talking about colleagues with young families, one coworker who's pregnant and due in 6 weeks, worrying about her health insurance running out.
It's just absolutely heartbreaking, and at the same time realizing that I've lost my own job. And I don't know what I'm going to do.
And in just a sentence or two, what are Republicans saying about these cuts?
Senator Bill Cassidy of Louisiana invited Kennedy to come testify before the Health Committee next week to defend the reorganization and explain its goals.
NPR's Selena Simmons-Duffin, thank you.
Thank you.
So this is what we're going to be doing, America. And anybody coming to America. We're going to just wing it. We just are going to wing it. We're winging it. We play it by ear.
If you show up to your job and somebody tell you should leave without a resignation, without a letter of termination, aren't you abandoning your job?
Job abandonment. It could come across as that, yes.
I don't know. But who is doing that? Who has the authority to fire these people?
Doge. Department of
How
Government
did Doge get
Efficiency.
that? How did they get that authority?
And that is the part we're not understanding, because they have been unleashing nothing but chaos and confusion. They're going through firing people, and I don't understand who gives them this power. Nobody seems to know what. I don't know. I don't know. They create chaos, and then you see them running, scrambling when judges. So now you have to file a lawsuit. It goes to the court. The court say, oh, the judge then says, okay, you can't do this. Rehire the people. Everything is just being done arbitrarily. I don't think there's any method. There is no methodology in place. There's no reason. There's no real reason in place. It's just a matter of we're going to dismantle everything. We're going to tear everything down, and we don't care what happens, the repercussions, who it's going to affect, how it's going to affect. Now, as I said last week, and I've been saying for the past couple of weeks, and even the Democrats agree and have been saying for a long time, and I went back all the way to Obama's first inauguration. Everybody knows government spending, whether you're Republican or Democrat, as long as just name government, there are leaks. There are issues that need to be tightened up, right? Too much carelessness. We all agree, but there's a way to do it. You need to do an audit. We don't see audits being done. I'm yet to hear about an audit. Why? Because no auditors are going in. It's all programmers. And these programmers, when they get your information, God is to tell what they will do with it. So I don't know who to worry about. Do I worry about China or do I worry about Doge? They make comments that are pointless, that they can't substantiate. Right? They make claims that them can't substantiate, and then they're constantly having to backtrack and then carry and leave it who no longer wear the cross, because I guess the cross must have burn our chest plate when she talk. She keeps defending the stupidity that's happening and the recklessness that's happening. We're asking for order, some level of civility. That's it. We're not saying don't find the loopholes, and we're not saying, but you find the loopholes, let us know the facts. Don't make up arbitrary figures like they did, talking about millions and millions of dollars, how much billions of dollars. Come to find out, it was $8 million. You're cutting funding left, right, and center because you consider it a waste. Now, health. A country is only as wealthy as its people are healthy. You have an unhealthy society, nobody's going to be able to function and be productive. Nobody. Nobody. Right? So come on. Now you have somebody who is not a medical doctor, who has zero medical training, in my opinion, allegedly, zero medical training, zero expertise. But here you are making decisions that are going to affect the lives of every American, especially the most vulnerable, those with compromised immune systems, those whose health is not the best. I don't know. There is no reason, there's no rationale. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. We don't, well, I guess we're all going to be drinking bleach and shining lights. I guess we're all just going to be having immuno parties, right? Where, oh, Jesus, come on over. Yay! That's where we're headed. Political interference in science needs to be done away with. Politicians stay over DESO, deal with the law. Let the scientists do their thing. I don't know. I don't know. These ideologies, I don't know where they come from. How can a term such as health disparity be considered a woke term? What cave did y'all come out of and end up there going around through all the different government bodies creating problems? When did health disparities and climate science become woke terms? And we are yet to see data that substantiates or in some way, shape, or form makes me feel a little comfortable about the decisions that they're making. Where I can say, you know what, yeah, they probably have a point here. I don't see it. Everybody's just doing their own thing. I don't know how doctors and health professionals do it, managing at this time. I don't know.
Hey, Moment. I'm gonna send you. I'm driving now, but I'm gonna send you a letter from the president of American College of Pediatrician with some of their responses or guidance for pediatricians out there. Because I mean, a lot of them do work for the federal government, and they are being they're being laid off. I mean, and we're in a crisis with physicians to begin with. We don't have enough physicians to see people. So how are we just gonna cut people because what of what?
What of what is right?
I mean, we live in a state of madness. That's just like how. I mean, I don't even know. This is crazy.
Well, it's definitely FAFO. And the sad part is I did not sign up for this. Me never signed up for the
Girl,
FAFO.
and I didn't either. I did not either. This is not what I would have signed up for. I mean, yes, you can audit the government and find areas where you can, cut costs and make it efficient, but just to go in with a hacksaw, just like what he had on stage, and just cut because you can, and just because for no reason, like where's your forensic accountant who are auditing? Where the reports? And that doesn't take 1 day or 2 days.
That part.
It takes time for you to audit and find ways that you can trim the fat. It's not something that can be done overnight. And they make up all these excuses and reasons as to why they're firing people. Yeah, I didn't vote for this, and B, I didn't sign up for this. But here we are.
Here we are. Imagine, as a scientist, you're questioning. Now you're questioning yourself, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're questioning yourself. For some, understand the severities. For some, their hands are tied, literally tied. Figuratively speaking, but literally tied.
We're actually going to go backwards about at least good 30 years for research, even particularly like cancer research. I mean, a lot of these labs are going to be closed, right? And then what's going to happen to the data? We're not having new PhD students enter because their grants are being cut. So there's no funding for PhD students, right? So we don't have new scientists on the horizon. And we have now other countries luring away the scientists here. Like Canada has, even France said, "Come on over, we got you." So we will be behind. We're no longer a first world country. They love to talk about third world country, but this year,
What James always said, we're a third world country with a Gucci belt on.
See, there you go. There you go. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, we're a third world country with a Gucci belt on. I don't know. We're regressing. And it's bad, and it's getting worse every day. It just gets worse. But health is not something you should be playing with your people. Not at all. And then the part that gets me, you want to change scientific and biological names. Explain that. Explain. So
wait a minute. So I'm not a woman anymore. What am I?
That's something I want to know.
A
I'm
birthing
no
person.
longer a woman. What am I?
A birthing person. Something like that, maybe.
Jesus. This is this. I know. I have to be dreaming. I'm waking up tomorrow. Tomorrow got to be a different day, because tomorrow I'm gonna wake up and they're gonna say, "Oh, April Fool's extended." No, we was just joking. Psych.
Listen, thank you, Green Eyed Girl. Thank you. Dr. Shine, let me tell you something. Yeah, when it's safe to do so, when you get to a point where you can say, send me the letter there, please, and thank you. Mega play Dr. Keisha video. No, because this is nothing but madness. People are, but then again, we can't even say we are going to drink because the liquor costing more, because the tariffs that them I'm like, put by the Lord have mercy. Why? Health is being defunded. That's the long and short of it. Health is being defunded. No research. So when we have new diseases and so coming forth, I'm sorry, folks, hold it like a G. We don't have the funding to do the research to figure out what is going on, much less to come up with the medication that you're going to need to combat and to be able to fight and stave off. No, we're not have it because, we just feel like cutting. Imagine being a public health, not even a public health, being an author of periodicals or of publications that you put a lot of work into, lot of research hours, having to withdraw them name, not publishing certain information. Can you imagine that? It's as though your work has gone down the drain, literally. But anyway, that must know. Next, let's go to the third story in our health and science news segment, and the final one here, or I should say, it's a video clip courtesy of Dr. Keisha, and we're being told everything is fine. All right, let's take a listen. Whoops.
Hey, it's April Fool's Day. To be honest, we've had enough jokes and we really need to get down to the facts, especially when it comes to healthcare. Here are a few things that the administration wants you to believe, but we know are not true.
Oops, sorry.
The first joke is that the measles isn't a big deal. Listen, the United States is on track on losing its elimination status, which we already know is happening. For the first time in 25 years, we are now no longer measles free. Even the CDC has tried to bury a forecast that was warning about the cases and the importance of immunization. Been buried. Number two, the bird flu is not a big deal. Let's let it run rampant. It's not affecting people. The virus is already infecting house cats, cattle, poultry. It's really devastating a lot of farmers. And even the CDC is urging those that have flu to get tested for bird flu as well. We've had over 70 cases in the United States in the past year and already had one person that has passed away from it. We don't need this to spread. It is a big deal. Number three, public health hasn't been a priority and we are making America healthy again. First of all, how can we improve health if we're getting rid of experts in these fields and cutting scientific research? I have mentioned before that one of the top vaccine experts was let go by RFK Jr. and replaced by a loyalist. How do we improve chronic diseases if clinics are closing, including funding for long COVID, which is a chronic disease, 9/11 related cancer care, and pandemic preparedness all being slashed? So this April Fool's Day, we don't need any more jokes. We need the truth. Everybody stay informed. Our most recent podcast is out, and we talked about these cuts to public health and what it means. Check out the podcast on all your favorite podcast platforms, including YouTube and also Substack. Take care.
Can you imagine? You take away a professional and you put it. Yeah, that's Dr. Keisha Ozzy. You take away a professional, an expert, and you replace them with a loyalist. That's it. Okay. So very soon we're gonna have loyalists doing your job, Dr. Sharon. Loyalists doing everybody's job. We don't care about qualifications, even though they're the same ones who have said it should be merit based. It should be based, we want the best and the brightest, but not really. We're only saying it. We don't really want it. You have to just be a loyalist, and that's it. You get the job. Okay. Where will we be in? You're so right. Where will we be in? What's going to happen to us in the next 3 years? No, you know what? That's too far. Where do we see ourselves come January of 2026? Are we going to be healthier? Are we going to be wealthier? Are we going to be okay? They don't know what. I say because I don't know what I would be doing. Let us say I were a loyalist and you come to me and say, hey, take it. I would do right by the people. No, I don't know anything. No, this is not. This is way out of my league. I think it's best you get someone who is qualified for this position, this role. Me not gonna take it because yeah, my friend hooked me up. I got the job. And I get in there and I don't know what the heck I'm doing. Clearly, it's on display for all to see. I'm not saying it. It's in the news. Every day we see reports about the decisions that are being made that are consequential. What do we want? America, what do we really want? Do y'all know what you want? I don't know. I did not sign up for this. I didn't. But I have to, when you're children, and if you're your cousins or you're your siblings playing, and one go do something, let's say you broke one of the figurine, them pan the whatnot, what the grandmother or the mother have full up about figurine, and you're like, oh my gosh, you can't even dust this thing. But make one broke because run up and down to the plane, and them tell us say how many times to go outside, go play. But you decide you have to bear the brunt for the one who broke it. You get in trouble. Everybody get the whooping. You never do that, no. But because you were there in the house, you get it too. That's what's happening. No one is doing anything except talking about it. Well, you know what? We have to say thank you for the likes of Cory Booker. Phenomenal. And for all of them who were there with him, you know. Well, you don't need qualifications anymore, folks. This is what we're being told. Just it's all about who you know. That was our health and science news segment brought to you by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com for a natural, beautiful you. And now it's time for Come Pa Me Veranda Make We Talk. I can squeeze in only one we can do today. And I had 3 of them lined up, but I can only do one because I do have to wrap up by the bottom of the hour. Come from a veranda, make we talk about Anthony Edwards. So, this is going to be interesting, to say the least. I don't know how this is going to play out, but I have 2 videos that I want to play that I grabbed from TikTok. Let's take a listen to the first one.
Anthony Edwards really said, look here, let's get down to the nitty gritty of why we here. How much is it going to cost me to pay my 18 years of child support up front? It is one of the most unhinged things I've ever heard of. Who would think of some shit like that? He dead ass wrong. He knew laying down with this lady and not pulling out could create a baby. 1 + 1 = 3. We learned that in grade school. We learned that in grade school. Now, she also knew the situation she was putting that baby in. That man told her he didn't want that baby. Nothing to do with it. The baby the only one innocent at this point. The baby the only one innocent. Anthony.
All right, and here's the other one.
Did you hear the rumor that NBA star Anthony Edwards told a judge that he wanted to pay 18 years of child support up front because he didn't want to have nothing to do with his baby mama or their child? This is 38-year-old Aisha Howard, a brand ambassador who gave birth to a daughter named Aubrey in October of 2024. And this is Anthony Edwards. He plays ball for the Minnesota Wolves. And apparently and allegedly, he got 3 different women pregnant last year. He met Aisha in Georgia. And after he got her pregnant, she sent him a text message letting him know that he was going to be a father. Anthony immediately told her to have an abortion. And she said she didn't want to do it because she had just had an abortion 2 years ago and she regretted it. So he told her that child gonna be fatherless, and then he blocked her on every social media platform to let her know he was serious. He did not want a child with her. So she went through the entire pregnancy alone, and right before she gave birth, she moved to California and had the baby named Aubrey in a California hospital. As soon as she gave birth, she filed a paternity lawsuit in California asking for Anthony to be added to the birth certificate and for him to reimburse her for all of the costs associated with her pregnancy and to establish child support to support her and the child for the duration of the child's childhood. After they took a DNA test and Anthony was the father, he said, that's okay, I'm the father, but I don't want visitation rights or custody. She can have her. The only thing Anthony asked for was for child support to be determined in Georgia because he believed Aisha moved to California so that she can get a bigger child support payment out of him. So he filed a separate paternity lawsuit in Georgia and waited. And lo and behold, the California judge agreed with Anthony and determined that the Georgia judge will preside over the child support case. And then rumors began circulating that Anthony asked to pay the entire 18 years of child support up front because he don't want to have nothing to do with Aisha. Even though there's absolutely no evidence that he really said that, people are angry and saying, dang, he must seriously hate her and that child. People are debating what happened to Aisha, where she couldn't lock down this YN like Drea did. What do you think of this crazy situation? Leave a comment to let me know.
And what are we supposed to be speaking on?
Is he wrong?
For
saying he doesn't want anything to do with the child because he doesn't want visitation, because he told her he didn't want to be a father to that child. She decided to go ahead with the pregnancy, have the child, and now she wants him to be responsible. And he's saying, okay, I'll be responsible, but I don't want anything to do with this child. Leave me alone. I'll give you $2 million. But from other articles I saw, she's not satisfied with the $2 million. She's not satisfied with that proposal. So it's a lot to unpack here.
If that is how he feels, take the money and keep it moving. You can't force a man to want to be around you and or your child. I'm not going to even speak on his age because by now you know what happens when you don't wrap it up.
Stick a pin right there, Ja. I'm glad you brought that up because I had a conversation with Marlon. We don't know if he wrapped it up. We're assuming he didn't wrap it up. And we know that accidents can happen, right? We also know that people can go and retrieve the wrapper. And what was the term Dr. Sharon uses? Turkey based? You could do that too. People turkey based, right? Mm-hmm. So I'm not going to say that he didn't wrap it up. I don't know if he wrapped it up or not. Carry on, Jack.
At his age, he should be responsible for his liquids by any means necessary because the stories are out there. He's not the first NBA player that has been caught out there. But one thing about the NBA players is they're going to have women that come to their doors, going to meet them on the bus, going to meet them whichever, whatever. So they know it's free kitty cat out there. So if you go to partake in free kitty cat, you're going to have to partake in what comes from the consequences of free kitty cats. Whether it's the turkey basting way, whether it's the accident way, we all know it only takes one time for you to bring a life into this world. Be responsible for you. Okay? He has to be responsible for himself. But on the woman's side, if this is all he wants to give you, take it and keep it moving. Force a man to want to be in your life or in your child's life. I yield.
All right, thank you, Ja. Anyone else wants to comment on this one?
Yeah, so I mean, I know the child is innocent and the child didn't ask to be brought here, right? But I think it's actually will be a worse situation if she tries to force something that's not, that he doesn't want per se. And obviously there's some kind of crazy resentment there for him against her, and seems like the child too. And I think that that's unfortunate. But to me, if he is willing to pay the child support up front, and if he give up his parental rights, I think that's, even though that's hard and harsh, I think that's easier to deal with than someone who stays in that child life for 18, 20 years with being an absentee father. You already know what you're getting by him saying, take me out of it from now. Let's pay that 18 years of child support and be done with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Sharon. Anybody else? James, Rosolo, Niece, any thoughts? So Julie had put in the chat here. Hold on a second. Let me okay. Julie had put in the chat here. I think the mother already has a child with the rapper Da Baby. She's also 38 and he's 23. So yeah, she has a child with another celebrity. Somebody had said to me that for him money not up there. But this one signed a new contract worth some 300 and something $million. And that is why she went to California too, hoping that she would get a bigger child support check. But that backfired real quick, right? Someone else was saying to me, definition of a gold digger. She only wants the child because if we notice, she said that she need the money to look after her and her child. She wanted to secure the bag like for 18 years. She wanted to benefit. Somebody else had said that if you watch her pattern, she knows exactly what she's doing. They don't blame him for taking the stance that he took. There are a lot of women who agree with him. A lot of women are also saying, take the money and keep it moving. Leave that man alone. The only unfortunate thing is that the child is going to be the one to suffer, because whatever is on the internet will stay on the internet, and the child is going to realize at some point, my father never wanted me. My biological father never wanted me, never wanted to have anything to do with me. And my mother bought me for $2,000 or whatever, for $2 million. Go right ahead, Dr. Sharon.
I mean, to me, it's obvious that this woman knew what she was doing, right? Because why would you leave Georgia, go to California to have the kid with the thoughts of filing for child support there to try to get a bigger cut?
Yeah.
She knew what she was doing.
She knew what she was doing. I gather that too.
She knew what she was doing. And there are a lot of women out there like that who run behind ball players, right? Actually, when I was in med school, there was one of my classmates who she was dating this guy from the Knicks. But not only that, she knew where they were, where they lived, where the players from the Eagles and the 76ers lived in Philadelphia, because I went to med school in Philadelphia, and she want to go to this party and that party. I'm like, I gotta study. I don't have time for this. I mean, you're gonna spend your time running behind ball players, and then that's done, and what? And you know what? She never graduated from med school. She's too busy running behind these damn ball players. She never graduated.
That's the anatomy she's studying. Go ahead, Niece.
Yeah.
You know what I don't understand, and it's the same thing I was trying to say yesterday, even with Mr. Sapp. Yeah, why doesn't he have guys like these when they have a certain public portfolio and they have a certain net worth, they should invest in a social media handler, a brand handler, somebody who controls what they say, how they say, what they dress, who they, even for the basketball person, where was his manager in all of this? I mean, I don't really watch them or pay that much attention to them, but there was a show with some Black people about the same thing, and the manager who is it's her son. She's a manager for her son, who's a basketball player, and anybody who steps to her son, she has a history ready to tell him that, hey, avoid her. Yeah, this is her history. This is her rap sheet. And I'm confident in basketball. That makes sense. Why wouldn't they have handlers and managers who guide them and steer them in how they conduct themselves, who they talk to, that kind of thing?
You know what? I'm gonna answer that. I think they have a lot of people who enable them, right? Yes, man, enablers. So they're not getting the best advice. They don't have the best people, around them, right? Because let's allegedly he had 3 kids last year. That's foolishness.
Carelessness.
That is true. Yes. Right. So to me, you don't even need somebody to tell you that you need to wrap it up. You don't need someone to tell you that these women are behind you, running after you after your money. You do not need a manager to tell you that.
Common sense.
What Jelly say Deion Sanders tried to tell them someone would pray on them. Yeah, he was right. He Deion Sanders is right.
And the internet was mad.
I've seen it.
Was it the internet or was the woman?
No,
on the
it's the truth.
The women were mad.
But it's the truth.
I say women like those give all of us a bad name. Women like those give us a bad name. Have men look at all of us sideways. Me, personally, I agree with him. Run me the check, tell me what my bill is, pay my bill, and I keep it moving. Now, I do hope that at some point, he will have a change of heart towards the child. Go ahead, Mr. President. Whose mic was open first? Ja, hold on, Mr. President. Ja, go ahead, Ja. Go, Ja first, and then you, Mr. President.
So I hang out in a space of sports people on the last app that we were on. And these are ex-players. These are coaches. These are family members of players. And what I've learned in the conversation is, unfortunately, these young players don't want to listen to the OGs. As in what Julie said. And we can't even just say it's the players, because we have even, regular children in the world that don't want to listen to the OGs. When we grew up, we listened to the OGs. We still might have made some mistakes, but for the most part, we listened. But this new crop of children, they think they know it all. And like we've always said, there's consequences in your decision. But the OGs have been trying to have conversations with them, mentor them, and it's just not, they don't want it.
Yeah. Thank you, John. Go ahead, Mr. President. You were going to say something.
Yeah, moments. There are different layers to this, right? First of all, the age difference between them, the fact that she has some kind of history of dating the celebrities, she moving from Atlanta to California, all that means, it seems like what she do is premeditated. So it was not accidental, or it's not a shared mutual relationship or whatever, or something gone wrong. It seemed like it premeditated. So that gives it a bad look. Unfortunately, the child might suffer in terms of not having a father present in their life. But then, as to the point Niece is making, I could guarantee you, most of these professional teams have guidance counselors. Most players have handlers. There are people that work with them. They do financial classes and all this stuff like that. There are people that would do it, and there are some people that wouldn't do it. You understand? And there are some people whose family guide them appropriately, and some the opposite. But you also have what you find happening. A lot of talented players come from poor background. So they grow up in poor infrastructures, they grow up in poor family structures, they grow up with poor guidance, but they're just super talented. And when they come out there, of course the sharks will be out for them. But just look at this gentleman. You had what, three baby mother
women pregnant the same
in
man
1 year?
in one flipping
At
year.
23-year-old, you've been to college and stuff like that, because I'm sure you didn't just come off the street. And you're telling me at that level of maturity, you do not know that you're doing something wrong? It is my opinion that even if you have people around him counseling him and telling him what to do, the bare fact that you could make such a, well, I can't say a mistake, but your behavior would be such that you have 3 or 4 women pregnant in the same year. I don't think anybody could tell you anything to coach you. I'm sorry, you're not coachable. Because it's not everybody that is coachable. And we have to bear that in mind. Because you don't need anybody, no psychologist, no mother, no father, to tell you at age 23, slipping around with 4 or 5 women, making them pregnant, going there without because you had to sleep without condoms and stuff to get pregnant, unless it's some kind of immaculate conceptions. So you cannot be having 4 kids and 3 kids in 1 year from different women, and as a grown man saying, oh, people preying on you. No, you're playing into this nonsense. This is your modus operandi. And this is the one that happened to make the headline. What happened to the other 3 kids? You really think he will be a father figure to the other 3 kids? Huh? You really think that what he has some kind of relationship where he literally taking care of them outside of the money and stuff like that? So tell me, what are you doing as somebody who people look up to as role model, because they are young people looking up to you as role model? What message you're sending them? What accountability are you taking on yourself? And I'm not saying what he's doing to pair the woman is wrong given the circumstances. But I'm saying, if you look at the bigger picture, he wants to do those things. There is nobody can convince me otherwise. You don't need somebody to, oh, you need guidance. No, that's not guidance. That's negligence, gross negligence at best. And you're lucky it's only kids you get it, because you can pick up other stuff with that. I yield.
Yeah.
Actually, that's called poor judgment. That's what it is, poor judgment.
But you know, to the fellas in a couple of things I want to say that I have to run. So who is around you is so important. I agree. And yes, Mr. President, they do have these things around them. They have the resources around them. But the money has them confused and messed up. The money makes them feel that they're all powerful. They can do as they please. I agree with you wholeheartedly. And yes, we spoke about this. I think it was last year, the year before. The NFL and the NBA, they are very strategic with the people they recruit. Majority of them, especially the ones of color, are from struggling backgrounds. Those are the ones who usually make it further, get the big checks, right? The ones who are from a stable background, and I'm talking people of color, and I'm talking from experience, no, first-hand experience, because of Marlon's nephew, who plays professionally, but he plays in Italy. He cannot be taken advantage of. Why? 2-parent background. The parents them no want for nothing. Pitney no want for nothing. They are a force. They show up at every game, every conversation. They are present. So this is not somebody that anybody can wiggle them way into easily because there's that shield, that defense is already in place. Also, how he was raised to learn to listen, take heed, take warning. A lot of them who don't have that stability in their lives are easily swayed. They are busy catering to everybody around them. Nobody is holding them accountable, and this is on their in the personal space now. Their family members. Nobody is holding them accountable. Everybody, them friend and family, I met them feel them can do whatever they want to do. It's okay. They have these girls throwing themselves at them, and the girls are of all nationalities. They have these girls who show up at the games. They sit there and they're deciding amongst themselves which one go and get which one or which one to go after which one. They make sure, as Dr. Sharon pointed out, they know the itinerary. Them know it better than you, the player. They know where your next game is. They probably know for the whole entire season. They know the hotel rooms, yes, because they're working with people at the hotels. They know where you're staying, and they know how to bamboozle their way in and come as a distraction. And men, young men in the NFL, the NBA, especially the players of color, because those are the ones who are constantly dragged in the media. Una have to change an MO. I don't care your age, 23 or 32, 21, 28. Me not care your age. Stop being dazzled with the money. The money is nothing. Because take away the money, they don't want you. You wouldn't see them, then not get the time of day. Put things in perspective. Keep your teely in your pants. You don't need to sleep with them because damn, she bad. You see that body? Man, stop. It's going to get you in problems. We have spoken about this so many times right here on Coffee Talk in other spaces. Bag it up, put on one belt, lock it up. You don't have to dip your dilly in every honey pot that comes walking by. Me not care how they look. They could be the prettiest thing on Father God earth. They could have the best looking bodies out there on Father God earth. They know what they're doing. They're using what they have to get what they want. Exercise common sense. Just like we said the other day with the story that came into the news with the young lady that's in the DR that ended up unfortunately unalived. And we said, friends, they ain't leaving no friends behind. We move together. If I move, you move, just like that. Men, you need to do that too. Una have to look out for each other. Una hanging out at these spots, and your friends say, yo, look at that girl, I'm gonna go holler. What? All of you go holler. Yo, I'm gonna leave with the baddie. No, we all leaving with the baddie then. Really and truly, you ain't leaving with her. Because we ain't going with her. You riding with us. You are with us. We have to look out for each other. And guys, you have a lot more to lose. You work so hard. Your parents sacrifice, some on the parents sacrifice the last for them have to put you through from pee-wee right through. I am a like a careless front girl, take one, everything want to work hard for. You make your weakness, make you lose what you work hard for. That's the thanks you give your parents. Or whomever it is that invested in you, poured into you, supported you. You have to make better choices. I said this some years ago now. and I came under heavy fire. I'll never forget. I was still living in Jamaica. And I remember when LeBron James got his contract and I heard the money behind it. I said, I need to put a stop to this foolishness. Too much money is being given to these young players. Oh, you a hater. No, I'm not a hater. 9 times out of 10, they are not accustomed to money. May I tell you, 9 times out of 10, they're not accustomed to their mother or their parents having even $1,000. And I'm not lying. They're accustomed to struggle. And this money, you just dash with these millions of dollars. So you take them from 0 to 100 real quick, then turn fool. And I said they need to limit how much money they're paying them, especially when they're just getting into the NFL or the NBA. But the back said $100 million. You just a come. Yes, you're gonna get deals. Yes, you're gonna have endorsements, so on and so forth. But I think it should be scaled. Other people had some choice words for me. And I get it. I respect that. That's fine. If you're gonna pay them the 100 million, don't give it to them logo so or color so. Put it in something and take time, ease them into this new life. Then get the money and then run go buy car for everybody what they know, house for everybody what they know, down to the dog. Get something. And then the people that surround them on the next, allow them to prosper now. Allow them to prosper. Stop reminding them about what you did for them and how you were there for them. How you changed them pampers and wipe them snot from their nose. To when you did have to watch them because the mother did have to go to school. Or the mother did have to work. To remember, say I made this for you or I did that for you. Stop it. Stop it. They don't owe you anything. They really don't. They don't. Remember, we spoke about this last year. The European players or the players of European descent are able to move forward while the players of color are moving backwards because they now have to carry the community, carry everybody. All these unnecessary social pressures are put on them. Let them live. Allow them. If they want to turn around and help you, that's fine. And even within that scope, they need to be able to use measure. You can't buy a Benz for everybody. You can't. It's not practical because what you're now doing is becoming a crutch. Let them learn, help them, to set up a business or, to be able to stand on their own 2 feet, but don't become a lifelong crutch for them. Because when your money done, the fun done, them gone left you. So there's just a lot that needs to go into this, man.
You should coin that money moments. When the money done, the fun done.
And my father teach me that, when the money done, the fun done. At time forget how we had. But come on, people. Everybody has a role to play. But at the end of the day, the burden of responsibility, young man, lies on you. The choices you made, right? Cut that check, keep it moving. Young lady, the burden of responsibility also lies on you. You need to have a conversation with yourself. I don't know what your traumas are. I don't know what your upbringing is. And somebody said this to me, and I'll never forget it. And it kind of slapped me up 2 times and made me recognize certain truths. A person raised on love sees the world differently from a person raised on survival. A person raised on love sees the world different from someone raised on survival. I get it. So I don't know which one you were raised on, young lady. If it was love or if it was survival. But whatever, you are going to need to have a conversation with yourself, an honest conversation with yourself. Get rid of the friends you have around you. Because I can't tell us, say, you are your company. Me not have if but nor suppose. I can tell you, you have friends in your ears. Yes, girl, get it, girl, get it, girl. You get that bag, girl. I can tell you. That's what you surround yourself with. How do I know? I look at your boobs, I look at your shape. That tells me everything I need to know. And I'm not trying to stereotype, but it is what it is. It's the truth. Because the body is not yours. So you invested in the body because you knew you were going to use it to secure a bag. You may not like what I'm saying, but it's the truth. We need to have these conversations with ourselves. What are we really about? What is it that we truly want? How do we look at ourselves? How do we see ourselves? How do we truly see ourselves? Do we have self-love? Do we love ourselves? Self-acceptance, self-awareness. Those things are missing from the equation. Because you would have moved differently. You'd have moved differently. You have to stand up for you. Value you. You have to, if you're coming from a cycle of brokenness, you can break it. You can break that cycle. You don't have to perpetuate it. And I really hope you don't pass that on to your child. Whatever traumas, seek therapy, get help so you can heal. Don't make it generational that your child is going to grow up and repeat the behavior. We need to expect more of ourselves. We need to set the bars for ourselves. We need to do better for ourselves. And when we do better and seek to do better, we'll make better choices, make better decisions. There are consequences for our actions. And you know who is going to suffer? The child is who is going to suffer. So, young lady, me beg you do. No more sex for you. Lock it off. Lock it up. No more sex for you until you know who you are. You don't need another man a dipping at your dilly right about now. You don't. You really don't. Give them a break for a minute until you find yourself. Go on a path of self-discovery. You young man, Mr. Edwards, bag it up, lock it up. Get one chastity belt for men. You don't need to be dipping your stick in anybody else's honey pot. 3 in 1 year? 3 in 1 year. You need to do some self-reflection. It's not your coach to tell you how to behave. It's not your manager to tell you how to behave. You. So when the first one come, and then the second one come, and then the third one come, I think you were confused. You're like, what the boxer? I think you were reacting because you never expected this. Well, guess what? If you went there, I'm not saying you did, if you had unprotected sex with this young woman, and this is the outcome, you have to deal with the consequences. And also, Mr. Edwards, it's her body too, right? You cannot just demand that she has an abortion. We don't know the complications that comes with abortions. For some people, one abortion is all it takes and they'll never have a child. They lose the opportunity and they live in regret. She said to you that she had an abortion already, and that's the reason why she didn't want to do it again. Respect that. I get it. Moving forward, respect yourself, Mr. Edwards, and respect women. Not because they're throwing themselves at you means you have to go test it out. Oh, jeez, I'm tired. I'm tired, man. Tired of them. Tired of them. Some of them need to come off of social media. Some of you are living this, are relishing a fake life. Social media life is not it. Everybody want to be a baddie because they want to secure the bag. Everybody want to bag a baddie to say, yeah, dog, I did that. There are consequences for our actions. Do not do something today that you're going to possibly regret tomorrow. Is it worth it? Ask yourself a couple questions. Why am I doing this? Who is going to benefit from this? It's the rules of marketing. The same rules of marketing you can apply in your personal life. Why am I doing this? Who stands to benefit from my doing this? When is this going to come back and bite me? Where is this going to take me? Ask yourself those questions. The same way it is imperative that your manager meets certain standards. The people that you go frolic with, make sure they meet certain standards too. Duh. It's going to affect your money too. Duh. Stay home for a while, Mr. Edwards. Pontificate. That's all. Yeah. Think carefully before you make your next move. Just focus on your career and how you're going to take care of the other two children. How you going to, because I didn't hear anything about you saying you didn't want anything to do with those children, right? So see how you can spread yourself. Make yourself available to those children. I do hope you have a change of heart, though, where this child is concerned. Yes, give her the money in the car, go on. And she has to understand that if you interact with a child, there's no additional funding coming. Establish that. Set that boundary. But as a man, I want you to understand there are so many broken homes because of the decisions that men have made to walk away from the lives of children who are innocent in all of this. So I hope you find it in your heart to have a relationship with this child that you helped to create. Even though you told her to do what she never did. I hope you do. And I'm done. Rasola, any closing remarks before we go?
No, ma'am, I have no voice, no closing remarks. Thank you for a wonderful show as always. No, I think it's the pollen. I think at this time, I think it's the pollen because my head's hurting as well. So that's why I've been quiet. So, but I'm always quiet. So there you have it.
Are you wearing a mask when you go outside?
Not every time. And I like walking outside. So I think that's what did it for me. So yeah. Have a blessed day, everyone. It was an amazing show.
Thank you, Rasolo. Thank you, Ja. Oh, Ja walked away. Mr. President, thank you for everyone who was on the platform with me. Ozzy, Geely, Tasha, Marlon, Greg, James, Stacy, totally honest, and everyone who came in the space earlier, and for the follows, the gifts, the likes, the tapping of the screen. I just want to say thank you. Thank you. Oh, let me shut off YouTube first.
We got you to 40K. That's what I want.
Oh my God. Thank you. Thank you, John. Thank
Congrats,
you, everyone.
Mom.
Thank you for the gifts. Thank you, Julie. Thank you. I love it.
This is how you do it.
Let me shut down YouTube. YouTube, thank you so much for rocking with me. It is a talking stuff moment. Thank you so much for rocking with me. It was indeed a pleasure to be able to bring you another episode of Coffee in Tow World News on the Go. God willing, we will be back with you tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m. Have yourselves a wonderful rest of the day. Walk in love. Spread love. That's all I'm going to ask you to do. Catch you tomorrow. The stream ends now. Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House.